the craziest part is that we have to test it. All right. Meow 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 meow. Man, by the time I get to these late night lives, I've been working so hard all day. Like here in this general area, but like I should definitely try to. All right, that seems to work. All right, cool. Here we are. We're back again, y'all. Literally all I did today was work on this. I took like a nap. I ate a burrito that was said, I saw on an Instagram story, said it was the best burrito in the city. I mean, it was fine. I'd actually like to know who made the list. I will say that. Oh, look, we got a little kitty over here. So like a couple days ago, I actually tackled. Well, let's let the Discord people know I'm streaming. So let's see, is this on? Okay, that's on. And then let's bring this in, just in case we get a stream or a Discord person coming in. Whatever. What's up, kitty? See, it's interesting is when it becomes nighttime, the cat gets a little more frisky, I guess, if you will. Let's bring these up. I did not do great on these angles. Maybe we could do... There we go. That's much better. Mucho better. Oh, and then there's like a little bit of headspace. That's actually not too bad. Maybe something like that. Yeah, that'll work. So actually, I took a nap not too long ago. Been kind of tired. I did some research on the filmmaker Ridley Scott and found out that he's a really talented illustrator, and he does incredible detail levels of storyboards for his movies. And I was like, what? And then I started studying Ridley Scott, and he just had a few different opinions that I just were... opinions about his work and about who should be a movie director and stuff like that. It was really interesting. He was saying, like, if you don't thrive under pressure and you don't thrive under stress, then this just isn't for you, and you need to find something else to do. He said that he actually gets anxious when he's not doing stuff. So when he's getting things thrown at him, he does fine. And it kind of reminds me of, like, not too long ago, I was in a position where a lot of stuff was getting thrown at me, and I was like, a lot of stuff's getting thrown at me. And they're like, yeah, what'd you think this role was, dude? Where are my tools for drawing? We're going to go without some music for a little while, see how that goes. But we also I need my tools for drawing. Where did they go? Oh, you know what? They might be in the other room. Hold on. You got them, kitty? You got them, kitty? You got that tool, kitty? I probably just did one of this. All right. Here we are. You know, it's kind of funny. At this time of night, I would generally like scamper out like a cat in heat or something, and I'd be like, I gotta go try to meet some people, you know. But no. Instead, what we do is we're gonna kick it here, and we're gonna get into some more detail for this book. Ooh, this isn't too bad. I remember when I got into this. That was a fun night. That was a real fun night. Speaking of, I wonder how my buddy James is. I believe he's got a baby on the way, and his baby should be here. I can't remember the baby's name. Like Joanne or something like that. I don't remember. But she should be here, so I should be getting text messages informing us about that. See, it's already hot. It's already hot in here. So I think I'm going to turn the fan on a little bit. Kind of try to get in the mood. I had some really interesting interactions, I will say, on some streams. There was this guy in Louisiana who I guess technically could find me now, if he wanted to. And he was like, hey, I got this song. I make music, you know, or whatever. And so I was listening to the song, and I was like, I feel like you're rapping too fast to this beat. He's like, oh, this isn't mine. And then I'm like, bro, what are we doing? Why are you on your live and you're playing music that's not yours and you're a musician? I guess it'd be kind of like if I guess some people do it. There's this YouTube channel called, what is it called? Cartoonist Kayfabe. And I thought really what they were doing was some pretty, like, questionable stuff by putting out other people's material and, like, showing it as a YouTube channel. And I'm assuming YouTube's paying ads on it or whatever. And really what it did was there was a way to, this in my opinion, this was the weird part. The weird part to me was that they would promote their own comics. So the two guys, they were independent comic makers. They would promote their own comics, but you had to pay to see their comics. But they would promote their comics by showing other people's comics for free. Kind of unethical to a certain extent, I would say, but you know, that story actually has a pretty unhappy ending. I guess I could explain it. So the guy's name is Ed Piskor and Jim Rugg. That's what it is. And Ed Piskor, I think his claim to fame was that he did the X-Men Reunion series, which I think was like 4 or 5 issues, which was a very unique spin-off of X-Men, I believe. I mean, for anybody who really knows comics, they're going to yell at me and tell me I don't know what the hell I'm talking about. But he did that, and then he did some of his own very rugged stuff, and he was really coming up from the YouTube channel. I mean, the YouTube channel was just getting him so much exposure that he was getting a lot of balls rolling. And then, at some point, he goes on and talks to some girl who wants to be a comic artist. And so she starts to ask him questions about the field. And he says some inappropriate stuff. Nothing like extreme, but just in poor taste. Like, I think he was like, oh, you're a little naughty girl or something like that. Just really, I mean, if you are giving the impression that you are mentoring somebody, and then what happens is you end up telling them that they're a little hottie, then that's grooming is what that is. And so, I mean, Ed didn't really commit a crime. She was like, I think she was like 16 or 17 years old, so she's a minor. And so anyway, yada, yada, yada. I find this YouTube... we'll take it back a little bit so that I can kind of explain this a little bit, too. So I decided in late 2019, I started considering the concept of making a graphic novel. And then I would say in late 2019, I was like, I'm going to do it. Really what it was I was raising money for a movie, and I wasn't able to get enough money, but I had this money that I had raised. Most of it I earned it myself, but some of it was from investors and stuff. But I had this money that I had raised, and I was like, I think I had like 15 grand or something like that, which is not enough to make a movie. I think you need probably around 40 or 50 to make a movie. And that's people working for nothing, working for experience, a lot of people working for points, and you're feeding everybody, you have insurance, you're paying for the minimum of stuff to get it done, and you know it's a tough go, you know, because you know some people won't know what they're doing, stuff like that. But so anyway, yeah, I made decided to start making a graphic novel, and in the process of that, I started changing my social media consumption. So I started focusing on more comic artists. And there were comic artists I already admired. So there was the one in particular, which was Todd McFarlane, which is a fella who had done. He really changed Spider-Man, which was his big claim to fame. He did some really cool stuff with the Hulk too. But then he recruited 5 or 6 of the best artists in the early 90s in the top boom of comic books, which I think comic books collapsed probably in 1993. Let's look it up. When did the comic... What would you call that? Because we're going to have one right now. I mean, they have Pokemon cards that are worth like $1 million. It's absurd. I guess you could say comic book crash. When was the comic book crash of the 90s? 93, the collapse happened between 93 and 97. So this would be probably 91 and 92. So it wasn't a great time to start a company, but Todd McFarlane got some of the best comic book artists out of Marvel Comics, and he got them to start an independent company called Image Comics. And it was a creator-owned comic book company. And you know what's interesting? When people do things like this, here's the other thing too. They're the third largest publisher, way behind Marvel and DC. But they are the perennial third place publisher. I submitted Conformity Farm to them. But the president of Image Comics, which is Todd McFarlane, the guy I'm talking about, he says that before he got his job at Marvel, he submitted like, I don't know what he said. He might have said he submitted like 150 or 300 packets or something like that. So I don't think, unless you're amazing, I don't think they feel particularly inclined to pick up a new artist almost ever. But if you are a legitimate new artist, which is what I would identify myself as in this field, I think the first submission has to be pretty much perfect. And it was not, obviously, and they did not pick it up. I guess I could draw while I'm doing this. And so anyway, yeah, so I started subscribing, and that's when I found Cartoonist Kayfabe. So kind of retroactively bringing this story back. And that's, yeah, so that's when I was watching Cartoonist Kayfabe. And the reason why I was watching it was mostly because they would show these classic comic books that are pretty expensive, and they would actually show them to you. And really all I wanted to do was open them up and kind of see why they were such a big deal. You know, I couldn't afford to have that kind of catalog. I thought that it was kind of unethical to show these comic books, but the internet really opens up. Legally, the internet has some really unique attributes to it, and one of them I think is libel. And I don't know what the dynamic is of copyright, but unless you're like directly making money off of it, it's hard to sue people for showcasing your material. Like, they can review your stuff. So whatever. Anyway, so I don't even know why I was talking about this, but this guy made some inappropriate statements about this girl. Nothing particularly criminal, but definitely very, very creepy. And so one day while I'm at work, this is probably about 3 or 4 months ago, I open up a newsletter that I follow called The Beat, which seems to be one of the most legit comic book publications, like, or what are those called, like newsletters or whatever. And on the front of it, it says Ed Piskor in trouble or Ed Piskor is getting canceled. And so I'm like, well, I gotta check this out. This is like actually the first time I actually knew an artist before they were brought up in a topic, outside of the big ones like, you know, Neil Gaiman and who's the guy who did Watchmen? That was God, I can't remember his name. He's really good. I guess I could look it up. Alan Moore. Yeah, and I think Alan Moore is English. He's incredible. Actually, he really made me change the way I looked at comic books in literally one interview. Not even an interview. He did like, I don't know if it was like a tease for a master class or something like that, but he was basically like, writing is, when you are writing for comics, you must write as if you are handing a document to God. And I was like, holy Christmas, I had never thought about that before, you know? And, you know, I think that's really interesting, you know, to take it that seriously. And I definitely don't approach it that way. And once I started realizing the way he thought about things, he was basically saying, like, I think he took a stab at Todd McFarlane, which was basically like, if you figure out how to do something over and over again, like, I'm not that impressed. Like, sometimes people figure out how to do things, and it allows them to have a living. They're making a little bit of money, and they just kind of, you know, they live on that. He goes, I don't have any hate for it. I just don't have a lot of respect for it. And that made me realize that was kind of what I was going for. And so, check, 1, 2. Hey, aren't I supposed to be connected here? Check, 1, 2. Check, 1, 2. All right, finally. Dang. Might have lost someone on that. Man, you got to be available for people. All right. Someone was in my Discord, and I don't think that I was there to talk to him, so it's tough. That's all right, though. But another nice thing was I was looking at some of these live people on YouTube, and I was like, man, people are literally, like, doing nothing. Not everyone. But there's a lot of people just chilling on there. So it made me feel a little bit better. I was like, you know, I got an agenda. You can see the agenda, so that's okay. All right, let's see what we got going on here today. We got 15 minutes in, and I yammered. We got a little bit of Oliver's Dream. Is that really chapter? Huh. Interesting. You know, boy, am I exhausted. You know, we have, this isn't a bad one. This would be one to push through. This is not a bad one either. Yeah, I like this drawing a lot. It's not too bad. Okay. No, there was something in particular that I heard Ridley Scott say. He said, you have to have the stamina. You have to have the stamina. You gotta have it. Otherwise, you're gonna get worn down. And I'm starting to think that maybe, even though it's something I've always wanted really bad in my life, I'm not sure that I've actually prepared myself in that way. So as of recently, I've been deciding to cut back on certain vices. And that has a pretty uncomfortable feeling, you know, to a certain extent. Actually, hold on one second. Oh, I got an idea. I'll be right back. Don't go anywhere, Zeros. Zeros, you bunch of nothing. You know, it's interesting. There's some good ideas here that are kind of hanging. They really don't have a place. Then I was listening to interviews from the guy from I believe Bone. I think it's called Bone. Is that what it's called? Bone? Yeah. Bone 1 first printing original is going for $6,000. Holy Christmas. And originally cost $295. Wow. That's amazing. Jeff Smith. Actually, the art is really, really, really good. It's better than I remember it. I never read Bone. Oh, this looks great. I don't love it enough to, like, collect it, but I do like it. I mean, I respect the guy. You gotta respect him. Jeff Smith. But he basically said the breakthrough for him was when Scholastic and librarians decided to carry it in their libraries, and everyone wanted to make sure they had a copy of it in their library. That's what turned him into a millionaire. Where you at, Kiki? What? As soon as I start talking, the cat's like, let's play. All right, let's pick a drawing that we know we're going to use and push it forward. Okay, so I kind of had something going on with this girl, but she's all right. Why don't we do something with this ship? Let's make sure that our images are, the canvas is correct size. No, it's still not, man. How did we end up with this? Aren't you supposed to get, all right, let's just get it right. 12 by 18 is the double up. So yeah, let's develop this little ship here. What is it, Kiki? No, I feel like I'm like not playing with my kid or something. I'm like, no, I'm talking to these internet people instead. There's no one here. What is it, Kitty? What? Girl, I can't play right now. I gotta draw. So let's pull this ship out, and I know that there's one from like we're looking down on it, and then we have a profile. So let's get that. What the heck is this? Well, it's a little worried. Alright, I'm into liking that. Whew. Alright, let's get into it. It's a tough day. It's a tough day. Where's my goodness gracious. Have I even drawn anything? We're what? 20 minutes in and I haven't drawn anything. Where's my... Hold on, I don't know where my stylus is. I might have taken it away. You know what I'm really looking forward to is I'm really looking forward to watching college football tomorrow and pulling out my notes for the book and finalizing and tightening up the last of the dialogue. There's probably only about 5% left, and tightening that up, and then I don't know, it's just tough because you can't adjust everything at once. That's the difference about the next graphic novel, which will be much different, which is that I won't have to do overhauls on things, I don't think. I mean, I say that now, who knows? Alright, so this is a rough drawing of Colonel Spitz's little vehicle. He's the only one riding around this little flying vehicle. And so we got a couple different perspectives on it. So this is a concept drawing. This drawing goes back to before there was even a script. But I knew I wanted something like this. So I drop it. And let's try to say we're like looking from here. Oop, maybe not. Maybe something more like this. I just want the tiny little propeller. I think it'd be funny. And say, okay, and so this is actually kind of something like this. Windows on both sides. There's no pilot, but I guess you could have a job bot flying it. I think that's about right. What does that sound? It's a weird moment. All right. There we go, something like that. And we'll come drop this even farther. So let's put a little propeller on this bad boy. Okay. And then... So this is with it moving, so why don't we just turn the propeller off? We'll make it like this. Just a couple of propellers chilling. And you got some glass here, some observational aspects of it. And then we're looking down on it. So there we go. And then let's go on top of this bad boy. I still haven't figured out what's going on with Photoshop. Like, I have to kill all these layers in order to put things down a lot of the time, and I hate it. I hate it. All right. And then I think that there's definitely a scene with this where we draw it in great detail. Is this the docking scene? There should be. Okay, there's that one. Oh, here's one. Let's make sure we don't mess things up. So there's one. Then there's this. Where are we at here? Ooh, there it is. So it's got some, ooh, got that bad boy a little bit bigger, actually. It's got some wings on it. I didn't realize that. So let's put some wings on her. Put some wings on that bee. Like this. Oops. There we go. So we got to put a little bit of a wing on this to make this follow up here. There we go. Man, I'm not really loving it though. Oof. I have to give myself whiplash. Oh. Standing at this computer for too long. Something like this, and then the actual machine's kind of got some guts over here, so we got some exposed guts. So what we'll do is we'll open those up, something like this. Oh, that's the problem. See, I'm still learning perspective, y'all. I barely should be even on here doing this stuff. Yeah. So you get a box with some stuff in it. Yeah, that works. And then the back. So if we're going this way, so maybe we'll go something like this. Dang, man. I really do need to keep practicing perspective. You can only practice so much. It's almost like I need to go to my own kind of college for myself. And then there will be a slew of skills that I still don't have that I'll want. So you never stop learning. You probably think that you are better now. Ooh, oh no. Maybe I should just listen to that song. Get me hype, huh? Man, you know who's killing social media is Deion Sanders and his kids. Because everything, when they first got to Colorado, everything was about Shador. Now everything's about Shiloh. So now they're promoting Shiloh, which is so brilliant because the NFL is an entertainment league. They play sports in it, but it's, before anything, it's an entertainment league. That's why I like college football better. Oh no. Guess I gotta turn this bad boy on. Ah, man, I don't really want to draw this. We gotta find something else I want to draw. I'm getting tired, and so let's do something fun. If I had people here, I would just ask you guys to tell me what to draw, and I would draw whatever you wanted. Ooh, this is a good one. So this will work. Yeah, we got to do the infection scene. Yeah, why don't we go ahead and open this up, and then what we're going to do is we're going to close this. I got to figure something else. I was drawing this last night. So yeah, we'll save it. I need to find something fun to draw. Oof. What do we got here? Maybe we could work on the text. Ooh, that might be boring. So this is really what the cover's looking like so far. All right, let's get in there. Maybe we do. You know what I could really use? Let's do a whole army of these guys over here. That's really something that could do something for us. We got so many layers. I mean, literally getting these projects done has been nothing but brute force. That's really how it was done. It was a very sloppy... Oh, there we go. So let's put them over here.
Please recharge speaker. Power on.
Okay.
Please recharge speaker. Power off.
Ooh, looks like the speaker's down. This perspective needs to be right, though. Let's do it like this. And let's do it on another layer. This one, and the rest of this stuff is just too distracting. And then we're going to get another layer. Real big layer. We're going to do a real detailed one because this is pretty important. We might as well put the work in for this. That's what these streams are for. There's two different things. One, it opens me up. I'm available. If you guys want to talk, I'm here. But then the other thing too is, you know, I got to do something significant. So it's like, what's going to take me, we'll call this top line. The one thing that kind of bums me out is that so much music's about doing drugs. Okay, so the way that this guy's sitting is not going to work. All right, so we're going to have to drop this. So it's the same idea, but let's stick to this guy here. So I'm going to give it another shot, huh? Let me get in here a little bit so you guys can see what I'm doing. So this guy here with the shield and stuff, he's the guy to kind of watch. So really what we need is to create a perspective line or a vanishing point on the horizon line that would be kind of something like this. Something like this. So if we do that, then he really sits more like this. Yeah, see? I like how they always keep their hands near their mouth. I mean, it's an interesting choice. Yeah, this actually is still kind of the same. All right, I think we kind of got a general look. So let's push it forward. Or, well, the composition essentially. Let's maybe make some bigger sticks. Because I'm thinking on this image, we'll leave a lot of headspace here. I'll actually show you what we're doing. Where's that book at? Kiki, bring me my book. Quickly, Kiki, quickly. I don't know where oh, here it is. No. This isn't it. No, this is a really rough version. This isn't the most up-to-date version. I don't know. I'm running out of books. I had a comic book shop call me and say, hey, we need more. And I was like, these are the last ones that I got. So they're like, we'll take them all. So that's what a lot of my orders sound like. Like, hey, we'll take what you got. Oh, wait. Are we missing something? Where's our other big guy? No. Oh, you know what? We're on the wrong side. Sorry. Sorry, me. I started working on the wrong layer. Whoops. Yeah, I gotta do something with Bossa here. This just isn't reading right. You know, we got a girl back home. You got a man, what you want? What you want? Okay. I really like this guy. This guy really is killing it. Maybe we'll put him like a little bit in front. And what if he's just sitting on other pillows? Yeah, I don't need this layer. I think spreading the legs just looks weird. I mean, it's an interesting idea, but I don't think it works. don't know if that works either. All right. I almost feel like he's too big. I wonder if we could just stream on Insta. I wonder if there's a way to stream what we're doing here. Got an interesting rig building right here. But you know, you gotta be versatile. Versatile, cow. Versatile. Come on, cow. Did you guys see that South Park's taking the year off? Pretty nuts. All right. Where's the other? How do we do this? It's got to be a different place. It's almost like I gotta hold it like right here. That's not how we'll do it, right? I could technically just get a C-stand and put it right here. That might actually work better, honestly. Goodness gracious. It's the best option right now. Let's do it. Whoops. So what we can do is maybe connect this bad boy to right here. As long as it doesn't get involved in me drawing, doesn't stop me from being able to draw, should be good. There you go. All right, let's get to it. It's a little tougher because, you know, I'm trying to get it right. Let's see. Our guy right here. So he's kind of got a bigger head than what I'm giving him. So let's drop the opacity here and right here too. So I got a general idea, but this is this is way more important than it's really getting credit for. So why don't we do one right like this? He doesn't really have a neck, you know. Kind of comes out right like. Let's do another layer. Yeah, it's more like this. This is already making more sense. Yeah, and then the hat, the crown is right up here. For these types of things, I think you got to be pretty consistent. Maybe we put someone right here, like he's got two guards with the shields nearby like this. With similar kind of looks. It's not quite right though, isn't it? Isn't it? It's not quite right, is it? Isn't it? Cheerio, isn't it? And maybe in here, come up with something in here, yeah. Yeah, we just gotta make sure the spacing's correct. Isn't it? There we go. His head kind of runs into. It's interesting. His head kind of runs into. His face kind of runs into his shoulders almost. Yeah, you gotta come down. There we go. Kind of lean forward like this. That's a little bit closer to what we're looking for. I don't know if this will actually communicate the way that I hope it does. A little bit closer. Okay, why don't we... We're gonna have to get rid of this guy. Even though we did a good job with him, we're gonna have to let him go. He doesn't fit in here. It's gonna take a little while because it's gotta be, this one's gotta be right. I think this one's gotta be right. So why don't we go ahead and make all these the same. Yeah, there we go. Gotta shorten it up a little bit. Throw these shoulders out a little bit. Whoops. Hey, we got someone in the chat. Instagram is not dead. I was a little worried about Instagram. I've been a little worried about Instagram, honestly. I have 7,000 followers, and literally when I look at my insight, like 40 people are seeing my stuff. And it's very frustrating, Mr. Zuckerberg, because I don't think that that's appropriate, in my opinion. So it's like, who's getting preference over me? You know, I didn't buy my followers. I didn't do anything unethical to build up the base. So there are people who chose to follow me. Honestly, you've been buried. It's like a miracle I was able to see your story. Yeah, I believe 100,000%. I believe it. It's because my page went dormant for a little while. I kind of spent a lot of time. I spent a lot of time writing, so there was less drawings to post. But I built the lore up and I did my work, and I was like, okay, I could always go back to it. And as soon as I went back to it, the just the number of people who even get access to it, it's honestly, it's insulting to a certain extent. I don't want to get too negative or anything like that, but it's true. And you know who's actually like pumping people up and giving them a fair shake is it's not what's the TikTok. TikTok is legit showing you to tons and tons of people. It's just because I guess they probably don't have any. They have less. I don't know, less favors to pull in. I'm really not sure. But I'll tell you what, it's very frustrating. It bums me out a lot. It makes me wonder what I got to do to... it's almost like being shadow banned. I don't think it's quite shadow banned because I'm going to keep posting for the rest of these next few months. I'll be posting a lot, so hopefully it'll start generating more. But if by the end of the year it stays the same or isn't significantly better, I'm going to not feature myself on this platform, and I'll find a different way to do it. So you resist being sucked into the endless content creation void, and you're getting punished for it. 100%. You know exactly what I'm talking about. 1,000%. That's really what it is. They want you making stuff all day, every day, and it's like, and I'm not saying I can't do that, but it's like, they're not paying me, and so I'll just make it. It's not like, I don't know. It should be up to me what it takes to get the stuff done, you know? It shouldn't be up to them. Because if I'm posting every day, the quality is going to go down. Like, for example, this composition here, which is going to go on the cover of the next book, it's going to go on the cover of the next book, and I want to do a good job with it, so it's going to take a little while, you know? I don't even know what my point was exactly, but it is very frustrating. In theory, you would assume... Now, having said that, these social media is... a formula of software, and at the end of the day, these are websites that other people own. So really, when you get down to brass tacks, it's not mine. So feeling like I should be entitled to anything is not correct. So I can get with that. I can totally get with that. But I think that the platforms are being misrepresented as if, you can all of a sudden post your stuff and then because it's great, it's going to get a bunch of play. It's not the case. I think a big part of it is nepotism. I think there are people who are, they have promises fulfilled and they get close to certain people, so they get preference. I loved Instagram when it was grammatical.
whatever you followed and whatever posted last, you could go onto the feed and you could see the most up-to-date thing. Now, granted, it's almost ironic to go on a social media platform and complain about social media, but here we are. But yeah, no, it's a bummer because some people, I mean, I started streaming again and started posting again recently, and I literally will post, like I posted a drawing that took me like 3 months to do, and I got like 3 likes. But when I was posting every day about 2 or 3 years ago, a new post would get thousands of likes. So it's not. Then the quality has gotten better too. Like I'm becoming a better artist because of social media. So I can't complain about social media in that sense. Like social media allowed me to sell a ton of these books. I mean, not a ton of them, but a decent amount so that I can get back to it. So I don't know. It's love hate. Maybe here's the thing. I'm hoping. Hey, Scraper. Good to see you, Scraper of Grout. That's really funny, Scraper of Grout. Are you, do you lay tile? That's pretty cool. If you scrape grout in mortar, then that's pretty cool. That's really good stuff. But if in a few months the platform starts to ingratiate me, then I'll be all right with it. But I don't know, man. Like, it does put a bad taste in my mouth. But what they're doing, you know what it is? I don't know how we would say your name. Guapapi? Guapapi? I'm going to call you Guapi. Guapi. I'm going to say how do I say this? I think you're right. I think they want you to run on a treadmill. 100%. I think they found a way to get people to give them free content and run and work harder than if you were paying them a top-end salary, and it's an amazing time for them. And Jay-Z's got an Instagram. I mean, a lot of people got Instagrams, and a lot of people tried to hold out because they weren't making any money, or they didn't think it was relevant. And then all this time went by, and they were like, well, the kids are literally going to not know who I am, so I have to do something. And so they come out. So they're winning. But again, there's 2 different aspects of it. One, these are my followers. And 2, this is someone else's website. So I've scraped grout 1 time in my life. Got fooled into doing it on a summer job. That's really funny. You got fooled into it? I hope you got paid for it. All right. So the mud pillows, they went dormant for 200 years. And they came up with new technology. And it's the technology of the stick and the shield. And then there's secret technology that they don't want anyone to know about until it's ready to be used on the battlefield to free the pillows that have been brainwashed by the Chardidians and bring them back to the glory of mud. That's the next book, which will be called Bad Science. Conformity Farm's Bad Science. Where's a copy of the next book? I'd like to tease you guys. I want to tease you guys the next book. I got paid, but I learned is you get paid by foot and not by hour. Oh, I didn't know that. Where's the next book at? I want to show you guys, since you guys are on the live, I want to show you guys what the next book's going to look like. So I'm not sure if you guys know, but this is the first graphic novel, Mud is Good. This is the first edition of the first book that I think we put out. God, I love the pillow lore. Yeah. No, it's good stuff. And let me tell you something. This lore is deeper than ever before, and I spent the last 2 years building it up, and there's a lot of corners getting turned. Hold on 1 second. Just hang tight for a second, guys. I'm going to try to grab a copy of one of the test prints of the next book. It's bigger, better. If it wasn't for social media, guys, I wouldn't be able to do this. It's so amazing. Hold on. copy of it. Here's a rough copy. But there's an even better copy out there. I was just so buried in the book, working on it today, that I just didn't have that part of it. Man, I'd love to tease it to you guys. Maybe it's up here. No. Gosh, where would I put that? I don't know where I sat it down. Sorry. The pillow lore. Let me give you some pillow lore, since you guys are here. What would be something pretty cool to show? Is it down here? Where the hell did it go? You know what it is? People keep trying to grab it. You guys know that I've sold all these books out? I've literally sold every single Conformity Farm book. Every single one that's been for sale in Chicago has sold. People really like this stuff. And so I really owe it to people who support me through social media. And that's so when I get worked up, it's not because I feel like I deserve something. It's because I want to serve my community. Because you guys have supported this really absurd lore that I've built. But since it's got so much support, I keep doubling down and building it up and up and up. So yeah, I mean, there's a better one version of this, but the next one, so the first book is about this thick, right? It's about 140 pages. Now I'm going to add probably another 40 or 50 pages to this first one. And then this one's about 260 pages, this next one coming out. And it's got some really good stuff in it. And it actually explains a lot of what happens. It clarifies a lot from the first book. It's going to be good. It's going to be good. I took the time to do it. I've been really surprised. I mean, really, the mud pillow thing was really something I did during the pandemic because we were all on lockdown, you know? And I was like, okay, I'll build something, whatever, it'll be interesting. And then all of a sudden I built something and people really attached to it. And I go, well, you know, I know what I'm doing here. I can do more if you guys really like it. And people really have loved it. And so I expanded it even more, and we're going to go nationwide. So I would expect probably by probably by the first couple months of 2025, we'll be in probably most states in the country. So I'm excited, and we're completely independent. So that's why I want to write Zuckerberg a letter, but he'll just be kind of like, what? Why are you writing me? How did you get this number? Don't call me here. Don't call me. Mark, come on, Mark. Actually, yeah, let me show you guys something. Let's see if there's something here. Oh, I can just show you the cover here. Here's the cover to the next book, actually. Woo, baby. Check this out. And then let's go all the way up. No, yeah. So the next cover looks like this. Yeah, so here we are. So it's going to be Bad Science. So the next one, we're going to change this. This is the first edition. This is going to be Good Mud. And then we're going to do Bad Science. So here's the next one. And we got this cover. So, I mean, you can either order from me or pay attention to your comic book shop. You'll be able to see it. This is the cover. Will be the front. Everything's Conformity Farm, you know. And we're focusing us a lot more with the Space Cats. And something happens with the Space Cats. I don't want to give too much up. I don't want to ruin it. God, you know, I really do want to tell you guys. I really do. So here's some of this, and then we're gonna change kind of how I explain things to people. We got different Space Cats. This is Oliver. She's pretty cool. Reminds me of Kim Jung-gi's stuff. I like it. Oh my God, that is literally the highest compliment you can give me. Kim Jung-gi is my North Star. I love hearing you say that. Kim Jung-gi he's like so much better than I am by like an exponent of like 50. But you're right. I do love what he was doing. So yeah, what Kim Jung-gi was, Oliver. Yeah, you know. So this is Oliver. This is Jammer. Here's Jobbot. And these are some other characters you see. This is the janitor. The janitor will actually play a pretty big role in the story. But if you look here, these are all This isn't scribble, scribble, scribble. You're right, though. This is Kim Jong-gi kind of stuff. But if you go through here, you can see this is all... There's something to look at in all of here. Job bot do job. Yeah, exactly. Ah, that's awesome. Fujo Bear is on. How long you been here, Fujo Bear? Sorry about that. I didn't know you. I didn't see you there. I'm talking on Instagram, Fujo. Instagram's doing me dirty. Instagram doesn't give me access to very many people. So when I go live, nobody really knows what I'm doing. That man was a legend within his life performance. Yeah, you know what kills me about Kim Jong-gi is him dying of a heart attack while he was on a flight. And it makes me wonder, because he was on live television and he was just starting to get famous, basically. And then he had a heart attack. And I had trouble. Do you love it? Guapi, thank you so much. I appreciate the love. But yeah, this is going to be the cover. You see this? This isn't bad. So the reason why is because who the hell knows what Conformity Farm is? Nobody. So we got to really show them on the cover what's going on. And so I've spent a lot of time on this cover, as I did with the first edition. With the first edition, we did a lot. It'll be kind of similar. And then, you know, if we sell enough, I'll do a third book too, and we'll punch forward with Oliver. Fujo Bear, I feel like I haven't seen you around enough. When's the last time I saw you? I think you popped in yesterday, didn't you? Yeah, all right, so let me get back to work. Well, actually, I might be able to show you guys another thing. And this is on the this is on Twitch and YouTube as well. Hey guys, on Instagram, if you do want to, it would help if you guys followed me on YouTube and Twitch, if you guys have me on there. That would be helpful because I can't stream on YouTube like this because I don't have enough subscribers. I'm always around lurking. I know. He was a master with his style. Yeah, I think Kim Jong-gi, when he was alive, Kim Jong-gi was the best illustrator. He was the greatest master of illustration alive. And there's really no one in the United States on his level outside of Karl Kopinski. I don't know if you guys are familiar with him. He would be kind of on a similar level of that. But these are guys who can draw with very little reference. And they can build a whole world. And they can also draw in 9-point perspective, 5-point perspective. And if you've never heard of that, that just makes you normal. All right, let me see if I can pull something else out for you guys. Let's see, what's another image that might be pretty cool to show? Oh, this is interesting. Let's do Oliver's Dream. All right. I'm so happy you guys are here. We're hanging out on a Friday night. There's nothing I'd rather be doing than hanging out with conformists. And when I call you guys conformists, I don't really mean that. I mean that kind of ironically. His books must be so rare now. Yeah, you know what the crazy thing is about Kim Jong-gi? He would draw an entire portrait. You know how people like sign their books? He would do a whole portrait, and it would be unique and different. And he would do that for like instead of or with his signing. I am a huge fan of Kim Jong-gi. Hey, where's my thing at? Let's bring it back. Yeah, let's open up Oliver's Dream. Now, I was going to make this book more about Oliver, but as I developed the story, here's Oliver. So Oliver, you know what? I'm just going to, since you guys are here, excuse me, sorry, I'm just excited. I'm over here burping and stuff. When I first started writing this, I wanted to make it more about Oliver, but Oliver can see the future in her dreams. So this is her going into a dream. And in her dream, she fights herself. So, you know, as you guys know, I stay in black and white a lot. This is just a bunch of Olivers fighting, and this is her falling into her dream. And so her dream is really about her overcoming herself. And she kind of walks around here. She's got her brain right here that's following her around because there's these subconscious thoughts. She's trying to avoid her subconscious thoughts. Real deep meaning here while having very silly surface stuff going on. You're right. I think Kim Jong-gi's books are going to be probably a little more valuable, but he never really got that famous. And so it's harder for things to add value. So here's Oliver on a conveyor belt down here. Oh, God, Kitty. Uh-oh. Kitty's going to knock everything over. Come on, Kiki. And then she's going into her own mouth. And this is going to be the end of her dream. And you got these little things here. These are like... You know how, like, in your dream, things are kind of, like, manipulated or, like, they're kind of, like, bizarrely transformed. That's really what this is. These are actually the pillows, but these are the pillars in her brain. I really thought this whole book was going to be about Oliver. I would guess that this next book will probably be about... You want the straw, kitty? Here, go ahead. Have the straw. Have a heyday. She just loves straws. All right, let me see. Here's another one. Let's see if we can get something. So this is from the first book. I don't know if you guys read the first book. But the Space Cats, they crash land on Flufferton. And this is Jobbot just doing some work. I can actually show you a sequence here. Jobbot doing some work, and then Jobbot... Oh, let me make this a little bit bigger for... It's a tough balancing act here. Because I got two different views here. So then, yeah, Jobbot sneaks into... Now you can see my reflection. That's funny. Jobbot sneaks into the kitchen. Jobbot is threatened by appliances. What's causing this reflection? This one. Maybe we'll get rid of this. I don't know if that helps. No, I think the reflection's coming from this one. There we go. So Jobbot sneaks into the kitchen. And he's talking. So Jobbot... Actually, I'll talk through this. This would be kind of interesting. Wouldn't it be cool... The color's so good. Thank you. But the thing is it's so expensive to print color books that I have to go black and white. Otherwise, I'll go broke. Alas, Jobbot will end the suffering. So actually, why don't we start this? So Jobbot's sitting here, right? I'll actually walk you guys through this. So Jobbot's sitting here working, and then he just kind of has a thought. And then he goes into a dark room, and he's like, Jobbot, do a toaster a favor. Must be awful. Toaster will never know the data stimulation that Jobbot feels from executing jobs. Toaster is suffering. And then he gets a little bit closer to the toaster. He says, but alas, Jobbot will end your suffering. So he picks up the toaster. Then he says, Jobbot jobs as the organic one sleeps. Jobbot so brilliant as to not make a mistake. Toast? Jobbot? Don't squeal much, please, toaster. Job prefer silence. Job. And it's kind of interesting because Jobbot sees his own reflection in the toaster. So in my mind, what I was thinking when I did this was that Jobbot a little bit hates himself. So there's a little bit of a deeper meaning here. Then Jobbot, so this is obviously needs to be worked on, but I got it worked out. Jobbot starts kind of dancing with the toaster. Isn't this beautiful? I love this. True, but still great work. Thank you. Then he starts dancing with the toaster, right? And then on a whole page, so this will be on the left page, and then on the right page when you come over, he goes, what, toast? Jobbot do toast? And he just starts crushing the toaster. So he's Jobbot essentially is a serial killer. He's kind of influenced by Norman Bates. Not literally, that's my influence for him, is Norman Bates. And then after he breaks the toaster, he kind of just like lurks back at the toaster. He picks the toaster up. And then he takes the toaster and he drags it down the hallway. Bitshot, thanks for joining us. And then he takes the toaster down the hallway, dropping it along the way. Dietz is here too. Say hi, Dietz. Yo, yo, yo. Hey, guys. Always make sure to welcome people, guys. Everyone's welcome. Come down the ways, and he goes down the hallway. You can see some stuff at work I still got to do. And then he goes up to his room. Here's Jobbot's room, his door. Jobbot's room. I really love this here where he takes the M and he just kind of drags it down. So it's like Jobbot's almost like a pet dog that just kind of is a little bit smarter, but has that like a pet mentality. And then Jobbot goes in and he's got a dog bed and he starts taking these broken appliances and he stores them around his room. So essentially Jobbot is in his own world kind of a serial killer. But the thing I love about it is that you get to have these high stakes of a psychopath essentially. Or yeah, I guess a robot is kind of like a psychopath. But it's not a big deal. It's just a toaster. You know what I'm saying? Like the stakes aren't really that high. So that's what I really love about this. Like I don't know what it is, but as a kid, I was always really traumatized by every story and every cartoon. Always had some always major obstacles they had to deal with. Like I remember watching The Land Before Time when I was a kid, and it was so depressing. And it was about like everyone and everything's dying, and you have to overcome it. And then I get it that there's beautiful things in between, but I feel like you don't, and I'm not saying I'll always do this for all my work. You know, maybe I'll make a movie one day and it'll be completely different. But for this Conformity Farm stuff, I want to have deep stories, but also that the stakes aren't so high that, you know, you can't, like, it's not light. You know, I don't want to put people through hard stuff. I mean, life's hard enough. It's really introspective murder because Jobbot is the only real character in the scene. I love it. Ah, thanks. So yeah, that's a pretty interesting scene. And then what happens basically from here is that the space cats call Jobbot. So this is actually our introduction to Jobbot in this next book. Let me go back to our work here. All right, so yeah, I kind of showed you guys some stuff. It looks like we lost a couple people. That's okay. Yeah, really all I can do is just show you guys what I got. You know what's interesting is before I got on this live today, I was watching some lives on YouTube, which I will say, again, if you guys don't mind, please subscribe to me on YouTube because I don't have enough subscribers to stream on YouTube, to stream on my phone at least. But I was watching people stream and I was like, oh, wow, like, okay, I can kind of see what's happening. Like, streaming is really about connecting with people. So, you know, I think that if I can draw and chat with you guys at the same time, then I'm doing my work. And I'm okay with that. And it's been really difficult, actually, to do both. But now that the story's written, that's the reason why I disappeared, Guapi. Really, honestly, is because I couldn't draw and talk at the same time. So I was like, all right, well, we got to figure out this story first. And let's get in here and get some real detail, huh? That's really my secret. My secret is I just zoom in real hardcore and I get in there. So let's get in here and get some real detail, huh? We're going to make this brush much, much smaller. And let's get in here and... What's up, kitty? See, the cat doesn't understand that I'm talking to people. She thinks that I'm just losing my mind, and she's like, can I help you? She wants to play. Let me show you the Kiki real quick. Say hi to everybody, Kiki. Say hi. Yeah? All right. She's trying to balance herself on the back of the on the back of the chair. What a silly cat. So yeah, so then I'll come in here. Let's really get in here, huh? Get in here with our buddy. We'll drop the opacity on this a lot. Just real hardcore. You know what's interesting? I like, try not to sidetrack you too much. No, you're good. I mean, listen, I work on this stuff all day. I am working on this graphic novel until it's done, and I should be done. I will be done this month. I don't know when, but we are really getting close to being done. So don't worry about it. Ask me all the questions you want, chat all you want. I'm here for you. You know, I have my own time to myself. I posted that I was going to be streaming. I'm available, regardless of how many people are here. It doesn't matter to me. Okay, so let's get in here. Maybe go even tighter, huh? So you just kind of get in here, and remember they're pillows, so it's fabric, but also they're really roughed up because they've lived a life, you know? Like especially Bassa. Bassa's been in hiding for 200 years. Yes, the mud pillows. Actually, you know what might be cool, since I got you guys here? I'll read you guys some of the, oh wow, Kitty's now Kitty's content. We got a content kitty. Oh, you still want to play? All right, I get it. But I'll be done at some point. We'll just have to go to bed though. Look at it, she's so sweet. Kiki's sweet. Maybe I could read. No, my notes are actually away. But that could be cool for the next stream. I should bring a bunch of stuff and just read. What if I only talk about mud pillows and I talk in the voice of mud pillows and space cats? And so I'm not Timothy James. I'm just talking about like the mud pillow lore. You guys think that might be cool? It would take a little bit more time to prep. But if you think it would be something that would be entertaining for people, because it's, I mean, think about it. It's your guys' Friday night, and so it's an honor to get your guys' time. I don't feel entitled to anything. Fujo, I wish you could see the Kiki. Actually, I'll show you. Fujo's OG status. Here's the Kiki. Kiki, say hi. Say hi, Kiki. She doesn't get it. An in-character mud pillow deep dive sounds rad. I love the gritty art style, but it's not gritty content, which is such a cool use of the medium. You understand me so well. You guys really do. It's pretty satisfying because in my life, like, my dad thinks the mud pillow thing is so weird. He's like, why are you doing this? Because my dad knows, I can draw portraits. I can draw a lot of different stuff. And I was like, there's just this... I looked at the comic book shops. I saw all the stuff that was going on, and everyone's jacked and sexy. You got women with, like, boobs the size of rocket launchers. And I'm like, is this really what everyone wants? Obviously, some people want it. But, I mean, there needs to be a story. There needs to be stories that, like... there has to be people coming into comic book shops with money in hand going, I would like to experience something, and then they leave, and then they go, I just didn't see anything I wanted. And then these are the kind of people I'm looking for. But yeah, that observation about it being gritty, but then the content isn't gritty, is a juxtaposition between the two things. That's really what I'm going for. So you get it. You really do get it. You might get it more than the guys at Image Comics. The people, rather. I don't know who's making the decisions at Marvel. I know that Todd McFarlane's got to see it before they take the title on, but I don't think he sees it until it's in, like, observation. I think he spends most of his time at the Todd McFarlane toy shop, the McFarlane Toys. All right, let's get in here. You're right. It's gritty but cute. It's its own thing. Big and strong. Fujo Bear gets it. Let's get in here. Let's keep pushing this drawing. So I always say it's to keep pushing. And I like the subtlety in the face too. Like, if you think, like, oh, what is he doing? He keeps drawing over. It's like I just keep pushing, and I keep pushing what we're doing. That it could be rad, though, if all I do is only talk in Mud Pillow lore. So I don't even talk as the creator. I'm, like, literally just talking about Mud Pillow stuff. Let's work on his mouth. Because there's a lot about the mouth going on here. If you notice, the pillows, they generally, when they're scared and stuff, they put their hands near their mouth. Are these the 5-minute drawings? No, these aren't the 5-minute drawings. You like the 5-minute drawings, Fujo Bear? No, this is actually part of the cover. This is a portion of the cover that I've kind of been, I've been punting it, if you will. And I decided that this would be a good time to do it. An in-character Mud Pillow deep dive sounds rad. Oh, I just read that again. Gotcha. But Fujo, do you like the 5-minute drawings? So we generally do the 5-minute ones. What I do is I go to a panel and I do it for 5 minutes. I could do a 5-minute one. Fujo Bear, if you want me to do a 5-minute one, I'd be happy to do that. We'll just get a little more on Basa here. Get some more texture. So it's also important to do the cross hatching every once in a while here. These are more like, they call these contour lines, which are the lines that identify really the shape of the object. So it's like very gritty, Yeah, and then also the drawings are very raw. I do that on purpose, very like messy. But also it's an indicative of where I am as a creative person. Like, I could do cleaner stuff, but it would take me so long. So I kind of stick to this style, lean into this style to help me get through it. Oh, what do we got? Camindio of Cool joined. Well, good to see you. Okay. Back to the Mud Pillow lore. I wonder how long Instagram's gonna let me stream for, until they say, "Hey, listen, you gotta get out of here. We don't have enough server space for you and all your watchers." You don't care, Fujo? You don't care if we do 5 minutes? You're just asking? That's kind of what I'm getting out of it. And then also, he's gonna have like his famous, what looks like kind of like the Arabian Peninsula kind of group here of mud that kind of spills on his tummy right here. On his tubby. Did you guys see that South Park's not going to be doing any episodes during, Yep, just asking. Anything is fine. I get it, Fujo. I get it. Well, actually, Fujo, I think I'm just going to stick on this drawing then. Maybe we'll put some mud over here. Yeah, also, if you guys have any suggestions, I'll draw it. I'll literally draw it. You guys want to give me ideas? I mean, if I like the idea, obviously. So let's see. This one, so let's drop this even more. There we go. Maybe we'll get in here closer to the mouth. I want to get more focus on the mouth. There's a, what is that, like a Freudian? Who's the one who says that we have like a mouth fixation? Was that Freud? Freud was an odd one. I'm not going to comment on Freud. I don't think it's appropriate for this channel, but Freud was like probably a pretty interesting one because it was very interesting for people to hear that. But this concept that we all, I was about to comment on it. I'm not going to do that. Eat the mud so good. Yeah. Oh yeah. We got a conformist in the chat. You know what's up. That bud is good. Bud is good. Is good as heck. This bud is good as heck. Let's get this one. So we'll pull up. So we're going to have Bassa just sitting on a pile of pillows. And then from the new book, their mud pillows have new technology. They've invented the stick. And then they also invented the shield. And then there's one more technology that's so secret I can't talk about it on the live. I can't talk about it. I can't talk about new mud technology. I just can't do it. I can't. I wish I could, guys. I really wish I could. But I can't. As a conformist, I've sworn an oath to secrecy, and it's only available in the pages. There's a new technology that the mud has. Actually, I'll tell you guys. They put two sticks together. 2 sticks is the technology. A 1 stick is good, but 2 sticks is incredible. And once they got the 2 sticks, they knew it was time to take on the Chardinian pillows and topple Fortress Shafridge. Yes. Yes, nothing can stop mud technology. Bud is good, and there's nothing better than bud. 2 bud is better than no bud. Holy heck, 2 sticks. Yeah. 2 sticks together. Shing, 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 shing. Shing. Yes, girl. 2 sticks. And then, yeah, he just kind of sits on these pillows, and they're like, oh, gee, yeah. Yeah, mud pillow. Yeah. Yeah. That's funny. Kitty, I'm trying to stream. Leave me alone, Kitty. Leave me alone. I'm trying to stream. All right, let's get back to it. She thinks everything's about her. I can't imagine a technology higher than 1 stick. 2 sticks is crazy. People thought it couldn't be done. Actually, the pillow that brought it up was in exile, and they have to try to bring him back, but they can't find him. He went into a cave. His name's Laika. That's another piece of lore. I'm just feeding you guys so much pillow lore. Yeah, he was like basically like a modern day. Who was the guy who was burned at the stake? Was that Galileo? Who was like, I don't know. I think people knew Earth was round a lot sooner than a lot of people think. I think the ancient Egyptians definitely knew. I think the ancient Egyptians definitely had better technology, or they had technological advancements in construction that we don't have today. And meaning they probably have other technologies that we don't have today. They may not have computers, but they had a lot of stuff that was pretty good. Galileo's put under house arrest. Oh, okay. Do you take inspiration from Key for your goofy space cats? I don't know who Key is. Key. I don't know who that is. Amazing 2 sticks. Sorry, Fujo, I'm missing you, buddy. 2 sticks is better than no sticks. 2 mud is better than no mud. Mud is good. Mud is very good. And then you have these actual advanced cats. Oh, do you guys want to see a really cool drawing? All right. I like you guys. So I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna leak some stuff out. Okay, guys. I'm gonna do it. Kiki. Let's do it. I'm gonna leak something out. I've done this on the stream, but I'm not sure if people have been seeing it. No, it's not that one. It might be not the siege. Where would he be here? Fujo Bear, you definitely... Fujo Bear literally watched me make this one. So this would be, I would say maybe chapter 3, Boss's Rally. Let's see what we get here. No. So it might be 4. Chapter 4. There we go. Oliver's Nightmare. No, so it's 5. Pickett's Charge. Ooh, this is a cool one. But it's not that one, so it would be The Siege. It would be The Siege on Shafridge. Wow. This is a long book, too. That's what I'm saying, Zuckerberg. You guys shouldn't have, done that to me. That wasn't fair. There it is. Yep. This is the one. Check this out, ladies and gentlemen. This is not this one. So there are pillows, there are mud pillows which are very primitive, but then Charda, our amphibian here, or our frogs are amphibians, yeah. He has raised and developed a much more intelligent version of the pillows. But Basa wants to unite the pillows, similar to what Kim Jong-il or Kim Jong-un wants. And so so they go to war to try to topple it so that they can unite the pillows. The beautiful thing about this story is there really are no heroes, and the villains aren't really that bad. So when we go here, here's here's the whole layout of it. There it is. This is probably the best drawing. Hey, what's up? Rick Nuts? People's names. And then Pungent Linguini. Very cool. Welcome. Amazing. 3 sticks. You're mad, Fujo Bear. You're mad. No one can do 3 sticks. But if you look here, this is the base of the fortress, and this is the major invasion. And if you look into this, this is very detailed. This took me months to do. So this is at the base of the invasion. They come in and they start raging up into the fortress. All of these individually drawn with individual ambitions. And then they start to climb up to where these cannons are. And then you have this very unique kind of organic, an organic explosion here. So many pillows. Yes, exactly. So many pillows. And then you have here, does anybody know who the deer god is? The deer god watches from afar. The deer god is the creator of the mud pillows. That's this deer here. This is the one that is the one who created the world. In the first book, deer god... Actually, do you guys want me to read a piece of the book to get started for the lore? You guys interested in that? Watch their rage. I know there's so much rage. There is so much rage. But I'm feeling kind of fancy tonight. I'll read it to you guys if you want. You want to read it? Want me to read it? Yeah? Okay. So the book is originally called The Origin of Pillowman. That's really what the whole series is about, is the origin of Pillowman. But it doesn't really touch that in these first 2 books. This is the first drawing I've ever seen. Fujo, you are, like, that was back when I was doing some really heavy lifting too. That was, Fujo, that's why you're one of my favorites, because social media really wasn't showing me very much. Okay, so this is where the lore starts. So if you get yourself a copy of Mud is Good, you can get this. But this is the beginning. It says mud pillows. This is a pillow. And here's our deer god. And I'll read this to you guys, okay? This is the deer god, and the deer god has 2 pupils. That's what these 2 pupils are over here. Unfortunately, I literally just sold the last copy of the book today. I keep selling out. So guys, this isn't, I mean, it's doing pretty well. Every single copy of this book that I've made and put on comic book shelves has sold. So we're on to something, guys. You guys aren't like, your instincts are right. But anyway, let's read, huh? You guys ready? All right, let's do it. A deer god, created a new world. It is an experiment of the deer god to see if it's possible to make a world of pure comfort, a world without harsh edges. This is an opportunity to change the destiny of the universe. A world that is mainly inhabited by vegetation. The hierarchy on this planet will be dominated by a specimen known as a pillow. Pillows. The planet would be named Planet Flufferton. The dear God hopes that the outcome of this experiment will result in a happy and healthy organism. The dear God's convictions is so strong that they cannot take their eyes off of the progress. The potential is great, and the chosen destiny of the Pillow civilization may create incredible opportunities if the Pillows choose the right path towards balancing their world, manipulating it to their potential. This then would be a success, for it is the Pillows that will hold the ultimate power of their destiny, evolving, expanding, learning, and creating to the ultimate end, till one day the Pillows can create their own world. This then would make the Pillows gods in their own right. But these are not things that a dear God distracts themselves with. For it is your next step, and not your previous, you should focus on with unbroken focus. Well, it's interesting. I haven't read this in a long time. Do you guys want me to go to the next page, or do you want me to keep drawing? Hold on, I got this phone here. You guys want me to keep You guys want me to keep reading? I feel bad for Fujo Bear. You all right, Fujo Bear? Is it okay if I read this? All right, I'm going to go to the next page. The double pupil is such a freaking cool artistic choice. It's one of those things that it blows your mind that someone thought of it. Thank you. Trying to be an artist out here. Okay. Sorry, hey, Fujo, you tell me if this isn't if you're not having fun, I'll go back to drawing. All right, let's do the next page. Unfortunately, so we're on to page 2. Unfortunately, like all things, the excitement from the beginning of a project starts to fade and the reality sets in. Under more usual circumstances, a God wouldn't interfere with the garden for the simple fear of unintentionally causing irreversible changes to the outcome. The exposure of this great power can rattle the primitive society so much so that they are throttled in their development. Then the dear God returned from the task so great and incredible that it would be inconceivable for this very reader to imagine. Therefore, it's not worth mentioning. Hey, what's going on? What do we got here? Kwame? Welcome to the stream. When the dear God returned to tend to the garden, the dear God was stunned, then shortly after baffled by the reality. The Pillows have decided to live in the mud, ruining their very essence. This will not do. All right, I'm going to the next page because it's always a fun stream. Thanks, Fujo Bear. All right, well, I'm reading it, Fujo Bear. If you have a copy, you can... do you have a copy, Fujo Bear? We got to get you one. As the dear God... Okay, so then this is the third page. As the dear God peers upon the hard work, it is surprising to see that the Pillows are standing in the mud. The mud! For reasons the dear God could not understand, the Pillows now reside in the mud. In response, the dear God creates a custom pillow with the message of the official decree. Convert the mud pillows to clean pillows. Choose your path correctly, little pillow. Improvisation is essential if the Pillows hope to have a chance. And then we have some dialogue here. Dear God talks to this pillow that he created, and he says, it'll be you that elevates the Pillows to their next plateau. I send you, Bassa. Bassa! And then Bassa says, huh? And then he goes a little bit closer and he says, show the Pillows that cleanliness is the way to get closer to my image. Get the Pillows to stop eating mud. The whole thing is ridiculous. Show them the path to clean. And then Bassa just goes, huh? Which I think is really funny. And then this is just a sequence of growth. So you see the dear God's watching. And so in order for Bassa to actually live amongst them, he has to be born. So Pillows actually are grown. So they come out of a flower here, and then they bloom. So this is actually the beginning of Bassa's life. So it's not like he just, sat him there. He actually allowed him to have an organic life. And then all of a sudden, boop, he opens up his eyes, and now he's alive. All right, I'm going to do one more page, and then we'll get back to drawing. Basa's life started in the ground with a traditional organic birth. Pillow fabric is made up of material of great durability, constructed with the finest digestive design, easily rivaling any design in all of the universe. And then we have him sleeping, and he goes, huh? So like Basa's first lines are, huh? 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 What? So the interesting thing is what the pillows do when they are born is they actually eat the flower that they're sitting on. So he starts eating the leaves. He's like, nom, 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 nom. And then we'll go one more. And so he starts on a stalk like this, and he starts eating, and then he goes, huh, what do I do? What do I do? And then you see all these other pillows that are eating their stalks. And he's like, huh, what do I do? And then he sees another pillow eating his stalk, and he's like, oh, that's what I'll do. And then he opens his mouth, and he's like, blurp. And so when the pillows are born, they actually have a full tummy. And then, then he meets Twigman. And so what happens is the pillows have to make a choice. And, all right, so I think that's okay for now, right? I don't want to ruin it. I'm mostly worried about Fujo Bear. Fujo Bear is always on the stream, and he can't see what I'm doing. So let's go back to drawing. Let's go back to drawing, back to the drawing board, literally. What'd you guys think, huh? Yeah, you like the sound effects? They get yoinked. Yeah, they get yoinked. Well, do they get yoinked? No, what happens is, see, you said they get yoinked. They really don't. I'm gonna show you what happens. So, all right, I'm gonna keep going. Fujo Bear, you tell me when to stop, buddy, and I'll stop anytime you tell me to. Okay? And so we got this one here. So this is Basa. This is the beginning of Basa's life, and Basa is this character. So we're actually talking about this character's origin story. And that's kind of how we get started, but it gets deeper. We're meeting space cats and stuff. The story definitely accelerates. Twigman, a pillow that is easily influenced, was tempted by the pillow tribe called, quote unquote, under a rock. As Twigman stated, Twigman is less interested in reason and more interested in belonging to a community. Community or cult doesn't matter to Twigman, for his blinders force him into new destiny of living under a rock. So Twigman's basically like, hey, look, it's quite obvious that all pillows will live under rocks. I shall not delay our destiny. So Twigman goes up to Basa and goes, come with me. Look, you see all these pillows that are living under a rock? Come with me. So it basically shows that you have choices in life, And so while this is happening, now remember, Dear God sent the pillow down to convert the mud pillows. So he's in the middle of like living his life, and he hasn't actually done any of that yet. So if you look here, so this is the clan Under a Rock, and it says, we need as many pillows as we can. We need as many pillows as we can in order to grow our tribe. And then one pillow from under the rock goes, wouldn't we want less? I mean, there's only so much room under this rock. And then the other guy says, trust my wisdom. And then another one goes, wisdom? Everyone flowered today. And then he says, I was born at dawn, meaning he's just a few hours older. And then he goes, such a huge advantage. And he goes, so wise. So there's a lot of these really funny statements. So this is Twigman. Twigman goes, come with me, buddy. And he jumps in. Hey, Caleb, thanks for hanging. He goes, come on, jump into this rock. So Twigman's actually a big guy. So he actually jumps, does a somersault, and actually collapses. So it's kind of like a little bit of a funnier thing that happens there. So then we'll come here. And then the deer god gets irritated. He goes, for the love of me. That's what he says. For the love of me. This is taking entirely too long. So then there's like a beam of light from the deer god. And he literally picks him up with his fingers. That's what the sound effects would be like. That's for Fujo Bear. And then he puts him down on a rock. And all the pillows are watching. All the mud pillows are watching. And he says, remember, dear God says from the sky says, remember, if you fail to convince your like creatures to evolve at my will, I will have no choice but to eliminate everyone. I have faith. And it's kind of interesting because Bassa is not interested in even stepping a foot in the mud. So he's actually kind of anti-mud. So what he does is he gets put in the middle of the mud and he actually dances around it and steps on other pillows to try to get away from the mud. And he says, is there liquid with settled dirt? Clear water? Clean water? And then it says, the mud pillows were completely tantalized by the giant hand coming from Bassa, from the sky. Bassa has the undivided attention of the pillow populace. This is kind of interesting because they listened to him not because of anything else outside of the fact that they just saw this giant hand come down from the sky, you know? And he says, so Bassa climbs up on this little mountaintop, you know, or mountaintop to a mud pillow, and says, pillows of the mud, I come with a message from our creator. It is time to leave the mud. And then he says, giant hand, the creator is in the sky. Let's climb the trees. He comes from the sky. And then there's always going to be a pillow that says, huh? And this is, who are you? Fujo Bear. And so he says, Bassa could never have predicted how his words would mobilize the entire pillow population. It is now clear that the pillows will do anything that Bassa asks them. So what happens is the pillows basically go, hey, the giant hand's in the sky, let's get closer to him. So what they do is they climb this tree. And if you look here, this is a highly detailed drawing. All of this is all detailed all the way up. Like almost like a small organism of like ants or bugs or something. They start to climb this tree, right? So this is a pretty cool drawing here. And actually, here's another close-up of it. You see that? And then we go in and it says, so I don't have a ton of words. It's kind of word heavy at the beginning, but you can get through this just by skimming. That's kind of what the detail's cool. Thanks. Commanda of Cool. I don't know how to say your name. Yeah, it's very detailed. So there's a pillow at the top. You see that? That's the whole population underneath, and he's climbing up. And while he's climbing, he grabs a piece of tree bark, and it snaps. And he falls from the tree. Ooh, this is going to get dark. All right, I'm just going to let you guys know. There's not suitable for work. Next page. Uh-oh. And it says, then suddenly the pillows learn a scary reality about mortality. So this is the pillow falling from the tree. And it says, the pillows witness death for the first time. Is this what the creator had in mind? This is one of my favorite drawings. This is a really good one. Very stylized. It's really kind of leaning into the black and white. And then he says, why? Why did you make us do this? And then Bassa goes, I didn't mean for this to happen. And then he says, is he okay? And then Bassa goes, I'm sorry. This is a really dark, this is kind of dark here. He says, I'm sorry. Is this what the creator wants? Bassa flees into the mud. So the Bassa actually goes into the mud for the first time. Oh, how could the creator put so much pressure on him? And so what he does is he goes away from everybody and he goes away and he goes down to the basin of a tree. And what he does is he decides to try mud for himself. And he likes it. Bassa loves eating it. He eats so much of it that he gorges himself and he passes out. And he realizes that he loves the taste of mud and he's actually going to be a mud pillow himself. He's going to contradict and go against what the dear God said. Because if anything, the dear God should have known better. The dear God made us. And he says, there are those who mock you, ridicule you. Trust me, my friends, they are secretly jealous of you. You are mud pillows, and the collective strength of us is great. And this is where Bassa switches, where he changes his entire identity, where he realizes that he can live amongst the mud pillows and defy the dear God. And so when he does that, he announces, he says, we are mud pillows, and our collective consciousness is greater than any individual. Bassa realized that the pillows were going to listen to him no matter what. And if mud is this delicious, he would rather live in the mud. Bassa took this opportunity to take the pillow followers for himself. Following his "You are mud pillows" speech, he caused so much commotion amongst the pillows, the idea of living in the mud had become the most popular idea of the day. And so the idea is that all these pillows, they could live under rocks, they could climb trees, but Bassa convinces them to do the thing that the deer god didn't want them to do. And this is the mud pillows going, "Mud? Two mud is better than no mud. Mud? Mud is good. Mud is very good. Mud is good. But Giant Hand loves mud too." So that's funny too, because Giant Hand clearly doesn't love mud. But you know how people, they create their own narrative? Pillows are no different. And so this is actually mud pillows starting to convert. You bud, bud, I bud, 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 bud. And then this pillow turns around while he's about to go to sleep. He's just thinking, bud is good. And then the mud pillows start to get together. And they have these Tweedlebogs. The Tweedlebogs are birds that live on Flufferton. And they decide that they're going to kidnap them and use them for their own efforts. Next on the agenda was to use the pillow's numbers to capture a couple of Tweedlebogs, utilizing the bird's strength for the pillow's game. And so they tackle the Tweedlebog. And what happens is the deer god responds. Enter Charda. And the deer god creates Charda to get retribution on Bassa and the mud pillows, because he never intended. Look at how he's holding them. I'll show you. This is Enter Bassa. Yes. Well, I don't know if he's a cruel god. I think he's just flawed. I think the god had an idea and it didn't work. Now check out this drawing. This is a good one. Then came Charda, an amphibian designed by the creator with the sole purpose of capturing mud pillows and re-educating them to better build a life for himself. Charda was given a long life, giving him incentive to keep perpetually building his pillow colony. So this is actually one of my favorite books. I should make this or one of my favorite drawings. I should make this into a t-shirt, honestly. So you can kind of see he's just so much more athletic than the mud pillows. They really don't have a chance. Successfully domesticated the Tweedlebogs are now being used to patrol the land around the clan. During a patrol, the scouts discover Charda and his group of brainwashed pillows. So he's like, wait a second, what the heck is that? See, these are a couple of recons. What the heck is that? Hey, Shay, nice to see you. We're reading Mud is Good, so we're a little bit into it. So Charda puts up the plans for a castle, and he starts educating his pillows. See, these pillows, they're getting re-educated by by Charda, and he's kind of creating his own population of pillows. And this is actually when they discover that Charda's there, right? And so they go, what's going on with these pillows? And so what they do is they go ahead and they capture one with a Tweedlebog. They grab him by the mouth and they run away to bring him before Bassa. Ah, yes, very good. It appears that we have a guest. Please, Tweedlebog, release our friend. This is Bassa and the mud pillows. You look amiss, perhaps. Can I offer you some mud to freshen up? Because it is best for a pillow to stay clean. Goes, who told you this? This is Bassa. Our leader, Charda. He teaches us about preservation. Currently, we are constructing. It's difficult to understand you. And he shoves some mud in his mouth. He says, you are pure evil. It says, give you a look here. It's a whole page there, Fujo. You are pure evil. And then Bassa realizes that Charda and his clan are so advanced that they can't stand to compete against him. And so the Sludge Lord knew that it would only be a matter of time before Charda and his team of pillows would eventually overrun the Mud Clan. The best chance for the preservation of the Mud Clan would be to remain in hiding until the knowledge of Mud technology potential could be unlocked and the secrets necessary to overtake Charta's army, and until all pillows as it has always been meant to be. So they go into hiding for 200 years. And then the deer god grew tired of the insolence of the Mud Clan. Planet Flufferton was by all means a colossal failure. The deer god was losing interest in it and his new garden, and decided to move on, not before drastically reducing precipitation of the planet, smiting the mud pillows several times, and lightning and plague setting their modest progress back many ages. So the deer god just becomes, as Commanda was saying, the deer god is a bit cruel, huh? And the deer god says, the deer god left to tend to godly things, so profound and divine that it would be a waste of time to try to explain to the reader, leaving the planet alone in the universe without a deity to oversee it. And that's the end of the first half. 200 years later, the Space Cat Federation shows up and says, whoa, where did this planet come from? Because remember, the deer god created the planet, and this intergalactic civilization says, I don't know where this planet's from. And so the Cat Federation detected an uncharted planet and planned on investigating it. As the autonomous collective is committed, here I'll show you guys the image, committed to gathering information about the galaxy, they found it to be their obligation to survey the surface of the uncharted planet. File name section 3037. After considerable amounts of investigations taking place from afar, the Cat Council has some evidence of a tiny civilization on the uncharted planet. After some debate, the Council decided it unethical for the Federation to harvest or domesticate the little pillow beings, citing that it would be cause of degradation of the beings themselves. It would be against what the cats believe, which is that cats are never to be pets. The Council has also been informed that a rogue slave trader named Charta had been engaging in the breeding and trading of pillow life forms. The purpose of this mission is to collect as much information about the new planet and enforce the Cat Code of Conduct. And so this is a Cat Federation meeting. And the cat says, it's a waste of time, Federation resources to go down to some primitive planet, scratching in the dirt, trying to find some slave trader. I think that you've forgotten what we all have come here for. We swore an oath to ensure that the Cat Code of Conduct be enforced wherever and whenever possible. Hey, what's up, Gray Fox? Oops, I almost blocked you by accident. Oops. Well, I'm waving to you. Now, slave trading is against everything we stand for. If you put a cat on a leash, it is in our superior DNA to never give in to bondage. A cat shall never be enslaved, never, and nor should these unique pillows. We must do what's best for the Cat Federation. We need all engineers on the vessel. And they says, we can't spare a single member. And he says, exactly, because we have a weak underbelly. Let's see what's an opportunity to cut some fat off the system. Ooh, I wonder who they put on the mission. Jammer eats far too much and is way too aware of his shortcomings. What do you propose? Send Jammer down to survey the planet, a mission that is certainly going to take an entire lifetime. Send someone with him. This is an interesting cat I got here, these guys, these wise cats, if you will. How about Oliver? She's so disinterested in anything that anything she does. Perfect for this mission. We will never see her again. So we save resources, not feeding Jammer, and we send Oliver and her lack of enthusiasm on the mission of a lifetime. What does he say? I don't believe this duo is capable of tracking and capturing a slave trader. So let's not mention the slave trader. If they can fulfill the ethical portion of the mission, then they will have won their position back on the ship. So the concept is, So they all vote to send the lowest ranking cats on this mission, which would be Oliver and Jammer. So Oliver and Jammer are the lowest ranking cats in the Cat Federation. And then they said, all right, so Jobbot falls from the ceiling. Jobbot! And he falls. All right, Jobbot. The job is yours. Escort Oliver and Jammer on their mission. And then he falls. Jobbot, do job. Jobbot will do this job. And then this actually, Jobbot do job in binary. Can someone please turn down the Jobbot's ambition settings? Jammer, you've been selected to represent the Federation on a quest to further knowledge of the universe. Abidi pida baba. I will be there soon. So here's our first image of Jammer. It's the first one we've ever done. Kind of cool looking back at it. I haven't looked at this in a long time. Oliver, great news. You've been selected. A special mission. See, Oliver's just staring at a light. Light goes on, light goes off. Light goes on, light goes off. Light goes on, light goes off. So Jobbot just picks her up and carries her and puts her on this transport ship. And then they fall off and they're like, and they start going towards planet Flufferton. Jammer, are you okay? You haven't slept since we left. Sleep is for the weak. So Jammer's very serious about his job. And then he starts to just kind of, oh no, he falls asleep. He starts dreaming about a birthday party. It's Jammer's birthday party. This is one of my favorite drawings of Jammer. This is a really good drawing of Jammer. Then he falls asleep on the controls. Isn't that adorable? Look at that. Oh, it's Jammer's birthday party. And then so the ship starts crashing into the planet. He's like, ah! The ship crash lands and it shoots again. And then they land. And then they come out of the ship. Jammer is so relatable. Jammer is a little bit of all of us. Jammer and Oliver were surprised to discover ruins. To find any sign of an organized society would be peculiarly enough. But ruins of a previous society would mean that an outsider may have put them here. Oliver says, unusual. And then Jammer says, the whole situation seems strange. Seems strange, because they don't know about the mud pillows. They think that this is a desolate planet. Because the cats don't think that they can handle this mission that way. So it's just fundamentally a survey mission. I really don't want to spend the rest of my life here observing rocks on a desolate world. That's what Oliver says. And then Jammer says, look, looks like we're not alone. Look. So he looks over, he shows them a little device that shows that there's life forms. And then right over the hill is a small recon force of mud pillows. And the mud pillows and space cats come in contact for the first time in the history of the universe. And they jump off the cliff. See? And one of them's got a stick. So this is like literally like early on technology here. And then Jammer goes, Jobbot! And Jobbot's like, what the heck? Jobbot! And then he takes his little device and he throws it. He goes, yeah! And then he hits one right in the face. Right there. That's a cool drawing. That's kind of what that is. It goes, Jobbot! Jobbot turns on. Jobbot, do job! Jobbot gets in a freaking cruise, like starts going into fast mode. Jobbot comes over, jumps off the cliff. Jobbot! And he just lands right on the mud pillows. And Oliver's like, dang, Jobbot, chill out. Why are you going so hard? And then Jobbot sees that one of the mud pillows gets away. Jobbot, do job! And he's coming, but one of the mud pillows hides behind a rock. Just funny because he just kind of squats down a little bit. So he zooms right past him, and he goes away. Jobbot goes this way, and the mud pillow gets away. And the mud pillow gets all the way to where Bassa is and the rest of the mud pillows are. And he tries to explain to Bassa what happened. So this whole scene that you saw, this is a mud pillow explaining what just happened. He says, giant pillow fall from the sky. Then two fuzzy pillows come out of the giant pillow. Then out of nowhere, a heavy pillow crushed my entire tribe. I narrowly escaped. And then Bassa's right here. And Bassa says, Isn't it obvious? Charda has built his tribe to the apex of civilization. We must unite the pillows. We have to live in harmony. So Basa basically says, oh, well, it's clearly Charda, and they're getting so advanced, we have to act now. And this is how deranged and old Basa has gotten. Because remember, it's been 200 years. And so it's just a close-up of his face here. And he comes out, and this is the image that made the entire Instagram account. I posted this image, and this literally got me thousands of followers. And all it said, and I didn't even have the whole book. This is literally the first page. And all it said was, pillows have always eaten mud, which isn't true. But he says, pillows have always eaten mud. The pillows that don't eat mud believe they are better than you. So then you see him, he's kind of like here, and they're around a little fireplace. Mud is good. And then we cut to the other scene where Oliver and Jammer are. This is far from being desolate. In fact, I believe it's thriving. And then we see this other character. There's a giant snail. And then we see this other character picking up these mud pillow corpses. Like, what an odd behavior, you know? And then all of a sudden, the snail sees that someone's over there. And he takes the pillow, this being, whoever this is, and he throws it in the mouth of the snail. And then he climbs in the mouth. What an odd thing. And then Jammer says, oh, an advanced species. We can't just approach it without knowing all that we can. We shall stalk it, observe it. We shall meticulously collect data. And maybe, after a few years, we plan our introduction. That's Jammer. He's the planner. Oliver is over here not talking. And Oliver goes, I'm not going to wait years. And she just jumps over and gets right in front of the... She goes and starts running after... There she is running. Because she doesn't want to spend all this time on this planet. She wants to see some advanced civilization. And there's Charda riding in his snail. And he looks over and he's like, what the heck is that? And he says, what does it say? Charda was excited to see these unique felines and offered to take them back to his home and show them everything he knows about the world they now live on. All in all, Charda just wanted someone to retell all his favorite stories to, most of which were not true. I had zero context for the statement, pillows have always eaten mud, but it's fascinating. Well, the statement isn't true. Pillows haven't always eaten mud, but that's what leaders do. They say misleading statements to make their agenda seem more realistic. So look, here's Basa, or here's Charda inside of the pillow, and the cats travel inside of the stomach of the snail. And he's sitting there, blah, 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 blah. And then he goes, we've arrived. And so they're inside of the stomach of the snail. Very cool drawings. I like some of these. He goes, aha! It won't be too much longer. We have nearly arrived at the most civilized property on this planet, Shafridge Fortress, which is a very important location inside of this story. And then as Charda comes back, he goes home. And as he gets closer, the pillow says, he's back! Sir, the other pillows were growing weary. I did not doubt you for a moment. The rumors of my death are greatly exaggerated. And then they crawl out of the stomach and they go, ugh, yuck. Which is pretty appropriate. Welcome to my pillow garden. Please, excuse their fright. Our pillows haven't seen anything like you two. And this is actually, that's Oliver. And then that's Jammer over here. And that's Charda. And this is a pillow garden. So these are the Chardinian pillows. They're actually growing other pillows out here. So it's like I don't know what you call that, horticulture. And then he yells, so this is Charda, mud pillows! And Oliver sees a pillow she likes. And then Charda goes, please don't interrupt our friend's visit. I'm not concerned about a few mud pillows. And then she sees this pillow and she's like, I gotta have it. So that's Oliver's reflection in her space helmet. She sees a pillow she really wants. She says, step back. I believe I found a gift for our guest. And so she's looking at it and he jumps up in the air and he lands and he grabs it out of the ground and he gives it to her. She's like, huh? He goes, let me clean it up a little bit. And he takes him to his laboratory. And then this is where Oliver gets her mud pillow, or gets her pillow, not a mud pillow, like a regular pillow. Charda, what exactly is this place? And then this is one of the pillows. Oh, he takes it. He takes it from her because she needs to be cleaned up. So this is like a newborn baby. And see, she steps away and she's like, oh no, not my pillow. This is my lab where I've been working on my goal. Build the perfect pillows. Though they are loyal and passionate, they lack the curiosity and develop past anything outside of a cave. And then you see the pillow in here is kind of in an incubator. Says, that's what I've been splitting DNA from. Different samples of pillow remains. And then out of nowhere, is that an earthquake? Ah! So the invasion starts. We need to get out of here. And I think that's the beginning of the invasion. And so I think that's a good time to stop. So I gave you guys a significant amount there. So it's a good book to kind of journey through and stuff like that. Fujo Bear, are you still there? If you are, you're a saint. Because Fujo Bear didn't get to see any of this stuff. But yeah, there you go, guys. Thanks for being cool, hanging out on a Friday night. Gave you guys some content, huh? Now that's content, huh? I can't do that every night. But you know what I could do? I could do everything in mud pillow talk. What if I just never talk like myself? And I'm like, yes, but it's good. Yes, but it's very good. And then I just only talk like that. Do you guys think that more people would come to the stream? Maybe, I don't know. But yeah, this is the next book here. And I can actually show you guys, excellent, so much pillow lore. Yeah, there is so much pillow lore. Let me show you guys. So here's the invasion. So that invasion, this next book actually covers more of this stuff. Now, obviously, I didn't show you guys the last portion, but this is part of that invasion. This is the huge invasion. This is the fight for the supremacy of Flufferton. Oh, Fujo Bear's still here. Man, you are awesome, Fujo. Let me know if you ever need anything, buddy. So yeah, they start to go up, and what happens is they start to go towards the fortress, and they knock over a siege tower. But the Chardinians, they don't have the numbers the Mud Pillows do, but they have cannons, and Charda has the ability to kick ass, if you will. Yeah, okay. Here's an image from Oliver's Dreams. So much pillow lore. I know. I love that you guys love the pillow lore. That's what we're here for, huh? I'll build the world so that you guys have a place to go to. All right. Let's get back to our top line here. So this is for the new cover. For anybody who didn't see the new cover for the next book, here it is. This is the new cover. If you guys come and hang out on the stream, you guys get to see all the leaked out stuff, you know? I mean, this book is completely, not this book. This book hasn't come out. This book will come out in October. So it's almost done. So here we are. Conformity Farm, bad science, huh? It's kind of hard to see the text on the side here. But anyway, yeah. So we got some major stuff going on over here, y'all. So I'm going to get back to drawing. If you guys have any requests, I'll draw anything you guys want. So make a request and I'll draw it because you guys are cool. You guys are cool. Fujo Bear, you get first calls if there's anything you want. So yeah, Basa gets older and older as the story goes on. And he starts to get more and more evil. It's almost like a story of Satan in a sense. Because he started off as friends with God. But it's not quite like that. It's not quite like that. It's very similar, though. Oh, no drawing request, huh? Okay. I don't like to pander to audiences, but you guys are the coolest audience on the internet. The greatest audience in the world. That's what we got right here. So yeah, let's get some texture going on for this guy. He's getting older, as am I. You know, that's what we do. We all flower and bloom. It's all the circle of life, you know. So he's got mud here. Bud. Bud is good. Two Bud is better than no Bud. I love Bassa as a Dark Messiah character. Yeah, he is. Well, he started off as good, you know, and what I love in stories, I mean, in 2024, in today's society, we love the anti-hero. I mean, it just is what it is. And it's because people are flawed, you know, people are flawed, and there's never a completely good, like even the bad guy, no one thinks they're the bad guy, right? Like anywhere in a story, no one really thinks they're the bad guy. Are any of the cats based specifically on your cat? You know, that's a really good question. Probably not specifically, but I think that with the cat, you know, living with me, she probably works her way into my drawings. I'm new here, but I'm loving the content. Hey, Gray Fox, welcome. I'm glad you like it. Good, good, good. You know, normally I play music in the background. Question, I rarely see you drawing the words or text. Does that come after all the drawings are finished? Basically. You know what? I'm gonna go ahead and let a secret out. So my goal has always been to make a large, major story with no words. That was my original goal. I just wanted to draw. I wanted a book with pictures because my thought was people all around the world could read it, you know. And I just wasn't able to do it. So oftentimes the words are there to support the material. But trust me, I try to go as far as I can without words, because I think a lot of graphic novel readers, they get turned off by like a page of text. You know, they see a page of text and they get turned off and they may not even read it. So the way I make my book, you should be able to get through the book without reading anything. That's the way I make my books. I'm actually looking out for the non-readers, you know. It just is what it is. Oh, I just love that you guys all came here on a Friday night. You guys got the whole internet to hang out with, and you guys came and hang out with the Mud Pillow crew. I love it. You know, I was talking about it earlier too. I was always getting a little worried because, you know, for some reason, Instagram isn't giving me access to my followers. So when I post things, hey, what's up, Fred? Welcome. But yeah, when I post things, the insight says that like only like 20 some odd people see my stuff, which is such a bummer because I have over 7,000 followers on Instagram and they're all authentic. I didn't buy any of them. None of them are fake. They're all people who were like, yeah, I'll check this out. You know, you guys know you're there. You guys made that choice at some point to follow. And I don't understand it. It's unfair that if I post something like that I have to pay money. So I actually called Facebook, believe it or not. And I said, hey guys, my insight says that I'm not getting access to my followers. I think, you know, is there something wrong? Is there something I need to do? Did I do something wrong? And they're like, no, we encourage you to buy ads to expand your awareness. And I'm like, why would I buy ads for people who already chose to follow me? Wouldn't I just want to why would I buy ads to show things to people who already chose to follow me? It's kind of messed up, you know? But you know, whatever. It's the world that we're in. But I think what's happening is that if I just keep hammering away, you know, doing longer streams and stuff like that, over time, the algorithm will start to reward me. But I still do think it's kind of unethical to do that. But, you know, since when do these platforms care about ethics? I mean, they're businesses, so I get it. And, you know, I was saying even earlier, it's like, you know, it's someone else's business. Like at the end of the day, we like to think of social media as a particular type of thing like that we all own, and we don't. It's someone's website. Really, at the end of the day, it's someone else's website. It's someone else's property. So for me to say that I'm entitled to, you know, some sort of access is not conducive with the concept of property. So until the law changes social media, people might see social media as a utility in the future. But for now, we don't. And so long as the baby boomers are in charge of Congress, it's going to stay that way. So it's not until we get in charge, y'all, that we start to recognize, you know, maybe the internet's more as a utility and social media more as like a fundamental utility for civilization. So these are the kinds of stories that I think I'll probably tell subtly within my lore. It's true. It's all about money. You're right, Fujo Bear. It is all about money. But I don't want to say that in a pessimistic way, right? Money does make things happen. So I don't want to just sit here. I mean, listen, there's tons and tons of people streaming right now on the internet who are going to say that money is evil. They're not completely wrong, but money does. I mean, it's the thing that humans use, and it's been beneficial for us in many, many ways. But you're right. There are aspects where we don't need to focus on money. But for example, like money is what's allowed me to do this next book, because so many people bought the book I read to you guys, or read, about, I don't know, about 60% of it. That book, because I got the money, you got people choosing it and buying it means that I can make more. Now, if money wasn't involved, well, heck, I might just do it for fun. And then all of a sudden, that lack of, because money is really more about like keeping score. It becomes really difficult to see money in that way when you need it for survival. But money is really more of like, if you can get past the survival aspect of money, money is like a scorekeeper, and it's a way of accounting. So for example, it's literally accounting, right? You account for money. But if you make a product that's successful, then you make more of it. And that's the reason why some of these societies that try to work their way out of capitalism have trouble being as productive as our society. So listen, hey, what's up, Bertro Nemo? Good to see you. Welcome to the stream. Oh, goodness. Every time I press a button, it makes me want to block somebody. I definitely don't want to do that. Can you imagine showing up here at the Mud Pillows and getting blocked? Literally, Could you imagine someone trying to troll the Mud Pillow page? That'd be kind of weird. I did actually have to deal with a troll yesterday. It was really weird. I'm not even going to tell you guys what he said, but it's a weird day. But also at the end of the day, I always feel kind of weird about people who are trolling, because they're generally people who are, sometimes it's like people trying to have fun. And a good troll, like a funny troll, is all right. But sometimes trolls are just like people who are really sad. And, well, what's that term? Hurt people. That's really what it is most of the time. So when I see people really going for the gusto, really hitting below the belt, I don't even honestly feel it. I just feel bad for them, and I kind of want to be like, are you okay? You know what I mean? Like, if you get trolled by somebody bad enough, just look at them and say, hey, it's all right. And depending on the environment, they might be like, what the heck? Oh, I don't even freaking care. That's funny. I don't even freaking care. I don't care. Oh no, Bassa should never smile, right? Bassa's not a happy guy. True, it's all about money. We need new money like mud coins. Trolling is all about attention grabbing. Yeah, it's about attention grabbing. It's kind of about humor. It's also like community. Like people who usually don't troll will sometimes troll accounts that people are like teaming up on. I'm sure you guys have seen that stuff. You guys are probably more internet savvy than I am. I went to the internet to get my workout. I'm not super, I wouldn't say that I've ever trolled on the internet. I've trolled in real life. I troll people in real life. What do we got? So what inspired you to create Conformity Farm? Wow, Gray Fox, going right for the real good stuff. We need new money like Mun coins. That's so funny too. At one point I was like, are we going to have to create our own Conformity Farm money? So what inspired you to create Conformity Farm? Well, I'll tell you the truth, Gray Fox, and this might actually be the only time I actually ever talk about this. Well, I'm sure other people will ask, but I've created different channels before. One was called Orange Line. One was called Brown Line, because I live in the city of Chicago. And I used to live right next to the train. And in Chicago, there's a loop. And there are different trains. And they're connected to different lines, right? Let's see if we can get... the Instagram's my phone's about to die. So we got to get you out of power. So what it was I wanted to create... I just needed an outlet to be creative. So I am an artist. And I don't mean that in like a pretentious sense. Like I am. I'm a creative person who... would love to express myself. If I was born in an era where no one saw it, then fine, so be it. But I am just a creative person, And sorry, I'm trying to plug this in. Plug this in real quick. There we go. Oh goodness, you guys might fall. Let's put it here. That should work. So Conformity Farm. Oh, you know what? I'll explain this better. Conformity Farm I was highly inspired by George Orwell's Animal Farm. So the word farm is actually inspired by Animal Farm. Animal Farm literally changed the way I looked at stories. I read it as a freshman in high school. It literally changed everything to an extent. And I don't think I realized it at the time, but as I got older, I started to realize as I read more that George Orwell was the real deal. And I've created a few different channels over time. What are you drawing? Oh, so we got a newcomer, guys, named Sauce. Hey, Sauce. This is a portion of our cover here. And the entire cover, I'm going to show you guys. So everyone's already seen this. But this cover of the book. So I'm working on a graphic novel. All right, so back to Gray Fox's question. So the word conformity, oh my God, I can't believe I'm going to tell you guys this. I actually told a lot of my investors that I would never tell people this, but I'm feeling kind of spicy. It's a Friday night. We're all hanging out. I already gave you guys a bunch of the first book because I like you guys, you know? I mean, thank you so much for sharing. What are you drawing? What are you drawing? Cool. Oh, okay. Sauce got his answer. Or their answer. I don't know. You could be anyone, right? Their answer. Conformity, though, the term conformity. So we say Conformity Farm. So I'll tell you guys. I'll tell you literally right now. So I actually do have some investors. That's how we get the books paid for and how I buy my equipment and stuff. And so it's conformity. Oh my God. Maybe one day you guys will turn into OGs. So I might as well tell you. So the farm, like I told you, is inspired by Animal Farm, a book by George Orwell. It's a book. I got a couple copies. I'm not going to step away from the tablet. But it's a book by George Orwell. If you haven't read it, I highly recommend it. He also wrote 1984. And the word conformity is an ironic term. It's like when I call my followers conformists, I'm being ironic. The idea of Conformity Farm, underneath all my stories, is that I'm trying to teach people that there are people in your life who are going to try to manipulate you. That there are people who are going to use gaslighting. Now, when I came up with Conformity Farm, gaslighting wasn't even really a term. I mean, it existed, but it wasn't as mainstream as it is now. I think gaslighting was the word of the year for 2021 or something like that. And conformity really is the basis of everything. If you pay attention to Basa, you pay attention to Charda, even though they got their own perspectives, they are very manipulative characters. And what I want to teach to people is that you need to pay attention to leaders who will manipulate you, people who will manipulate you, and people who say that they have the best interest in mind. And if you can be manipulated, like children are easily manipulated, you probably will be manipulated, and you need to identify that. So underneath all my stories, I'm teaching people that. But this is the deep meaning of Conformity Farm. On the surface, we got squishy, cute mud pillows, and we got cute, silly space cats, and we got the Rugrats, which is the lowest ranking space cats, and we have Oliver and Jammer, we got Basa, we got Laika, we got Charda, we got all these characters that are very, kind of fun, but underneath it, anchored, is this concept here. So when I call people conformists, I mean that ironically. You never knew that, Fujo Bear? Well, now you know. I really wasn't going to tell anybody. Honestly, it was just going to be a thing. But I feel like we're all kind of at a campfire right now, hanging out, and I'm telling you guys secrets because it's dark outside. You guys ever notice that humans act different when it's dark outside? It's like, what exactly are you talking about? Please enlighten me. Well, Sauce, this page, Conformity Farm, is a channel where I make graphic novels. And so this is the first graphic novel, Mud is Good. And the one we're working on right now, Bad Science, right here. This is a thick one. So this is about 400 pages of graphic novel. So Sauce, if you come and hang out, you'll see that, night after night I work on this book and develop it, and I share it as much as I can. And then we put it on comic book shelves around the country. Right now, we're only available in Chicago, Detroit, and some parts of Ohio. But by the end of this year, I think in the beginning of 2025, we'll be around the country. around the Great Lakes region. Then we'll go to California. Then we'll go to old colony states like New York and Massachusetts and things like that, all the way up through Maine on the East Coast. Then I'll go for the Gulf of Mexico. I'll go into Texas, go into Florida. I don't know. Do they read in Alabama? I'm just kidding. I just learned some news from Alabama recently that really ticked me off, so I was a little triggered by it. Just a lot of stuff happening in Alabama. They do a lot of gerrymandering and stuff. So really what Conformity Farm is about, you're not a commie, right? No, I'm not a commie. Not by any means at all. But I do believe I'm not a commie. I mean, I sell these books. No, but I do. Well, the thing about communism is that the theory of communism is really interesting, but the thing, pipe down. That's funny. Who are you telling to pipe down? The new Jew? Oh my Christmas. The thing about it is communism probably would have taken over the world if the founding fathers hadn't brought democracy back. Because if you really look at a map of the world, communism really had a really good shot at taking over the world. It's just that a representative government is more appealing to the masses than communism is. So in theory, if you're underneath an oligarchy or an autocracy, communism seems better, right? So it's like, instead of doing things for, I love your theories, power to you. Thanks. But no, yeah, no, what was I saying? Yeah, the thing that really changed communism, I think, is just that America showed the world liberty, and it became very, very appealing. Even now, with revolutions all around the world, when countries decide to have revolutions, they try to have democracies. So democracy has that oomph, that passion that communism had to kind of get things going. Squishy pillow dudes and baby cats and a cautionary storyline and a personality cult. It's everything I want. All right. Guapi Poppy. Guapi Poppy. Yeah. Pop, you know what they call me in Little Village, this neighborhood I'm in? The cashiers at the grocery store call me Poppy Gringo. That's an interesting thing. I don't know very much Spanish. I'm still trying to learn. There's a lot of people coming to Chicago that don't speak English. A lot of the migrants are coming here, and they're coming to this neighborhood I'm in. So it's really interesting. I'm learning a lot of different things about different cultures. They're very peaceful people. Yeah, so it's been really charming to be around. What about the domino effect? What do you mean, Sauce? You got to elaborate. Poppy Gringo, that means white daddy. I knew it meant something like that. White daddy. That's a good thing, though. Isn't that a compliment? Aren't they basically saying I'm handsome or something? What about the domino effect? Sauce, you're going to have to elaborate on that. But I'll answer your questions. All right, let's keep pushing forward with this drawing. You're literally looking at part of the cover. Maybe one day you guys will go to the comic book shop and see it there. When we get going, you guys are going to have to let your comic book shop know, like, hey, listen, are you guys carrying Conformity Farm? No? Why not? I thought you were supposed to be a legitimate comic book shop. They're one of the best rising independent comic artists in America. And they're going to be like, I don't know. It's a black and white comic. I've never heard of it. And then you're going to say, for shame. And then comic book collector guy will be like, I cannot believe I don't know anything about this. And then, out of shame, they shall carry the book. And then the gospel will travel across America, and then to Europe, and then to the entire English-speaking world, and then to anywhere else, because translating things is getting very easy. And then we'll keep growing, y'all. And we'll keep telling people about our ideology, and we'll teach people. We'll teach people about this idea that I had. Got to do that. I have a few local comic book stores in my area. Are there any characters that you've created that inspired by real person in your childhood? Wow, Gray Fox is over here doing some journalism. Papa John's is better. Oh, okay. What did Domino's have to do with it? Papa John's is better. I don't know. How does Israel and Palestine tie into it? I don't think that Israel-Palestine ties into this at all. Are there your life in general? Are any of these characters based off of... Oh, you know what? There is one. Twigman. Twigman is based off of my cousin. Oh, this is so bad. He doesn't watch these streams, though. My cousin is a big-time CrossFitter. And CrossFit is an exercise group that kind of requires you to kind of drink the Kool-Aid and not question anything. And that's Twigman. This is based off of my cousin. So there's that. If you guys were good enough sleuths, you could let them know. Let me see. Are there any other characters that are based off of anyone in my life? I guess I'm in these characters. I really like Charda, but I don't think Charda's based off of anyone. Oh, Oliver's based off of a cat I used to have, my cousin's cat. So when my cousin and I lived together, Oliver, yeah, is based off of that. Israel, Palestine. No, I started this book before this. This book is probably closer to the North Korean, South Korean conflict, which is that if you pay attention to what Kim Jong-un says, which I'm not sure why you would anyway, it's really more about, if you think about what the North Koreans are fighting for, they're trying to unite the Korean peninsula. So if you really think about what they're saying, it actually makes sense. So the thing is, when the Chardinians look over at when the Mudpillows look at the Chardinian castle, they see an advanced civilization, but they also feel like their pillows have been captured of. So it's like, why would the North Koreans want to topple South Korea? Well, it's because they want to unify the Korean peninsula. But if you preach that to the South Koreans, I don't think the younger people care, but the really, really old people would be like, yeah, I do miss it a little bit. And so that's really what this conflict is closer to. Palestine, Israel is not something that I cover at all. Yeah, that one's what's your body count? That's funny. Do not engage in political discourse. I just want to read Deep Pillow's story. Oh, yeah. Well, no, it's not literal. Yeah, I'm not talking about politics. I'm just talking about how these stories can compare. No, some of these things that are going on in the world are, they don't need a story unto themselves. They're already their own story. Nice. Wow, such a cool perspective on that conflict. Oh, thank you. Wow, y'all are really listening to me. I appreciate that. I'm here for you guys. This is what's beautiful about social media. I would say that if we were living in an era without social media, my story would probably be 1/50th of the quality of what it is, in the depth of what it is, because I would feel like, oh, it's just a hobby. No one's going to read this. And I would have met a beautiful girl and started a family and like lived that life. But with social media, I put myself out there, and you guys look for stuff. And you find me and you say, hey, this is something I'm interested in. And it's a beautiful thing because, trust me, people in my own life, I've been criticized a lot for this. It's probably not worth talking about, but I've had people say some really rude stuff to me about the Mudpillows and stuff, like calling me a weirdo and stuff. And I'm just like, all right, that's fine. I mean, even if I made something you liked, I mean, what do you want? Me to draw cool cars or something? Like, I don't know what you... Also, do you even read graphic novels? Do you even read? You know what I mean? It's like, what are we talking about? This just isn't for you. There's no reason to criticize it. All right, so let's see what's going on. Do you see this new stick technology? This is cutting edge stick technology. Are you uninterested in the Jewish peril? What's your body count? Ooh, look at this. The new Jew's trying to troll a little bit, huh? I'm watching you while driving. I'm on the freeway. Well, be careful, Sauce. Don't hurt yourself. Okay. So let's see what we got here. Okay, we can cut this level. Okay, what do we got here? All right, we're getting there. We're getting there. Let's cut this one. Okay. And then what do we got here? Okay, this will be good. Why don't we go ahead and merge these? Again, if you guys tell me to draw something, I'll draw something. I like this idea that he's just sitting on other pillows. And they're just kind of like, yeah, this is our job. We were told to do this, so this is what we do. This is what we do, yeah. Yeah, this is what we do, yeah. Your cat is a space cat. Oh, actually, I've probably already done that. Let's see. Let me pull up one. We got a request. Commanda of Cool. Hey, Professor Puckett. Welcome to the stream. Trolls better stop. Whack. Got a question. Well, yeah, I don't know. Trolls are going to troll. That's all right. Trolls are welcome as long as they don't say anything too wild. You're welcome to troll if that's how you express yourself. Let's see. Let's pull out something with a fun space cat. Cat Federation meeting. Ooh, this would be an interesting one. You guys are going to get to see. I'll literally, I'm watching you while driving. Take a sip of water, please. All right. You guys see this? This is a Cat Federation meeting. See all these cats? This is a stadium full of cats. Look at that. I think you're absolutely right, Sauce. I do need a sip of water. Yeah, so that's a stadium full of cats. Yes, this is a Cat Federation meeting. I don't want to get ahead. I will tell you guys, this next book is so much more epic than the first book. The first book kind of walks you through. It's like almost like a prequel. The second book is really the real story. Cat Stadium. So many cats. Look at all these cats in here. Yeah, look at that. Let's see if we got something else in here. There's other shots of the cat assembly. I don't want to give away too much. I don't want to give away too much not because I want to withhold, but I want you guys to enjoy it when we get there. I was fixing to say draw a bunch of cats. Some of the artwork you've shown from book 2 is already blowing my mind. Wow. Guapi, you are a friend. So here's a cat. Here's a crazy cat. I wonder why a cat would go crazy like this. Shh. Shh. I don't want to make any spoilers. No spoilers. What do we got here? Oh, this is a cool one. But it's hard without context. And I don't want to give away too much. Ooh, yeah, I gotta close this one. This is just giving away too much. I don't want to spoil anything for you guys. Actually, let's close this one. Nah, don't save. Let's see if we got... I want to pull out some cool space cat drawings. Let's see. The docking might be good. We might already have docking open. Well, here's an interesting one. I showed this one earlier. Fujo Bear's seen this, and I think Poppy's seen it too. But when I first started writing this book, it was really about Oliver dreaming. Too much catnip. Yeah, I know, right? That's funny. Mud car? No spoilers. Yeah, no, I don't want to give any spoilers away. Oliver has this ability to predict the future through dreams. So when she goes to sleep, she'll kind of twirl into these dreamlike states. And so in this particular situation, these are all a bunch of Olivers fighting themselves. You ever feel like in your dream, you're just fighting yourself and you're fighting your own thoughts? And so you kind of have this art piece where she's falling down into her own dream. And then she starts walking around. See, she's got her little pillow and she's got her jammies on and she's walking around with sleep in her eyes. And then she's got her brain here with the question mark because there's something in her subconscious that's trying to communicate with her. And she's trying to avoid it. You ever avoid ideas in your head? You ever avoid things? I'm flying down the road. I'm going 120. What is your opinion on transgendered people, specifically one-handed hairy chest? Whoa. Yeah, the new Jew's definitely stepping it up, huh? Her face, yeah, I know. Look at her eyes here. She's sleeping. Okay. And then if you get here, you see here, she goes through this conveyor belt and she goes into her own mouth. So this isn't, she's got so much sleep in her eyes. Yeah. And you know what's funny here is these are actually a representation of the pillows. But if you notice in your dreams, things are kind of manipulated a little bit. I'm Crash. That's funny. That'd be funny if you got into an accident and you're just like, yeah, I'm Crash. It's so silly. But yeah, so they don't actually look like pillows. The color's my favorite. I know, Fujo Bear, if it wasn't so expensive, it's literally like, God, it's literally like 5 times more expensive to print in color. Yeah, I know. And I do really well with color, guys. So as we get better, I'll color the stories. So she has a dream. And then let's see if we got more cat stuff. Let's close this. Don't save it. Let's see if there's another one. I'll read you guys the whole next book. Anybody who comes and hangs out on a Friday. No, there's more war. Crash landing. Wow, that's expensive. It looks good in black and white. Thanks. I think it'd be extra impactful when colors used reservedly. Well, that's true too. I could see that. Speaking of drama, have you seen any of your characters in your dreams? Wow, that's crazy. Have I ever seen a character in my dream? These are really good questions, guys. You know what I have been dreaming about? I've been working on this book full time. Oh, I can't show this one. That'll give too many spoilers away. What do we got here? Ooh, maybe I'll show you guys docking. Oh, you know what? Here's one. Maybe the docking scene would be good because at the end of it, I think this is, no, here it is. Here's more of Oliver's dreams. Oh no, this is a close-up. So there's that actual drawing, that original drawing there. I think it'd be extra impactful when they have color. Oh, so I'm rereading stuff. So, no, I don't really dream about my characters very much, but I will say this. I have to take a couple naps a day. So I'm working on this full time right now. My investor gave me some money to finish the book up. People are very excited about it. I don't really want to get ahead of it, but where in the world is the rest of Oliver's dreams? And so I just work all day and night on this until it's done. It should be done pretty soon. But as you can see, it takes a bit of time. Which one's this? Oh, I'll run you guys through this scene. Okay, so this isn't cats centric, but this is a pretty funny scene. I actually posted this on my Instagram. You guys can find this one. This is actually something that I finished because I wanted to kind of let people know I was still working on the story. And so I did one in full color. So this is during the invasion, the mud pillows, and they're basically like a sea of pillows just coming through, right? And then Jobbot comes in to pick up the space cats because they're like, Jobbot, help, And they go, what's that? Because now remember, the mud pillows think everything's about pillows and mud because they have very simple brains, right? It's a pretty common thing. So you got this sea of pillows with their new technology. Shh. And he says, that's a giant pillow filled with mud. Oh, it's so funny. You know what the crazy thing is too? How deep my stories are, how much I explain this stuff to you, and how simple on the surface it is. I'm trying to create material for everyone in a sense. Something for people to not think too hard, and then if you really want to dig into it, there's more stuff. That's a giant pillow filled with mud. And he goes, mud? Finally! That's so funny too. It's like finally, like they were expecting it. And so they're waiting for the ship to land, right? So what do you guys think happens when the ship lands? What do you guys think happens? Any guesses? What do you think is going to happen when the ship lands? Any ideas? This is what happens. And all these mud pillows die. Just get cooked by the jets. I like that you're very detailed and dedicated to the stories. Yeah, that's what I'm here for. And then we burn all these pillows to a crisp. So they back up right here. And they're like, what? This is during the invasion. And then, yeah, Jobbot comes down off out of the ship. He squishes some mud pillows right here. Eat the jet fuel. Yeah, that's funny. And then he crushes through the wall to help to save Oliver and Jammer. Jobbot does his job better than anyone. And then the mud pillows, they sit around the ship and they go, oh, great bucket of mud. Let me have some of your nectar. Oh no, toaster pillow. That's funny. And he goes, let's go in there. He goes, stop. It might be cursed. Rub some mud on it. Good thinking. And so he grabs a little bit of mud. And he rubs the mud on it. Like this. Look how detailed this is too. You can find this on Instagram. You can look at it there too. So he rubs mud on it. And then they go, okay, it's good for us to climb up it. So they start climbing up the ship like this. And then, oh my God, I'm giving so much away, guys. And then they say, see any mud? And so they climb on top of each other. Look at this. There's always a lot of detail. There's a lot. You guys can spend time with the drawings. That's why I put so much work into this stuff. The face of pure brains. That's funny. I put so much detail into it because I want you guys to be able to sit with the material. I want you to kind of be with it. You don't have to just flip through the story, you know? And so I pay a price. I mean, these take me years to do. So they climb up here and he goes, "You see any mud?" You start climbing through. And then the one guy at the top goes, "I think so." He doesn't see any mud. It's so funny. And then we got this is a whole page here. So we got a hallway inside of the ship here, right? This is inside of the Cat, or it's not the Cat Federation ship, it's the transport ship. And then crack, and they push open the vent, click clink, and it falls on the ground. Tink. Actually, it's not click clink, it's tink. So then you see the light kind of comes through here. And he goes, "Yeah, I definitely smell it." So he says he smells the mud. So they're always mud motivated. And then they fall in like this. They go. I'm giving away so much, guys. So yeah, that's a pretty good scene there. So let's close that one. Don't save anything. I'll actually show you guys even more since we're already on it. Because you know what, actually, one, there's not that many people here. Even if you guys record the screen, it doesn't really give away that much. Where are we going to do this? Okay, so chapter 8. So this is a massive chapter. Oh, actually, let's get rid of the splatter. Chapter 8. Chapter 8 is where all the heavy lifting is, really. Is this it? Yeah, it is. Okay, you guys want to see something good? Hey, what's going on, Jake? Thanks for hanging out, buddy. It's good to see you. Jake, I know Jake in IRL. How's he smelling? Where's his nose? That's a funny way to say it. I don't know. So what happens is, I'm actually going to go ahead. I'm going to walk you guys through this chapter here. Because you know why? It actually helps me do some editing of the story. So he says, so what happens is the cats, they're a little bit of spoiler, you're right, but I'm actually withholding some stuff, Fujo Bear. I don't want to ruin anyone's experience. If I leak your stuff, then I won't be special anymore. I'd never. No, I trust y'all. Also, I'm not showing you the really, really important stuff, but I am showing you what's going on. Okay. So then what happens is the cats, remember when the book that I read, which was that they got sent to, hey, yeah, it's been a bit. Yeah, Jake's an IRL friend. He's a very good person. I like that guy a lot. I don't see him enough. We used to rock climb a lot. Well, inside of a rock climbing gym, and he's an expert. I'm definitely a novice. So what happens is after the invasion happens, the cats have to try to move away, right? Because they're under attack. And what happens is Jobbot flies them off of planet Flufferton. And Jammer's like, "What are you doing? I don't want to leave." Because remember, Jammer's a low-ranking cat. And he says, "Redirect our trajectory, Jobbot." So that's the first page of this. And then this, which is several layers. I can only do this kind of stream like once a week, really. He goes, "Find a surface." Actually, I can zoom in even more. So Jammer's taking his helmet off, and he says, "Find a surface with water around and far away from the squabble." See, he's trying to take his helmet off. And he goes down here, and he's talking to Jobbot. He's trying to tell Jobbot what to do, because Jobbot should be listening to him. And he's like, "Jobbot, listen." Jobbot says, "Our mission is compromised." You see the look on Jobbot's face? He's not messing around, you know? And he says, so then let's go to 3. See, there's a lot of drawings. See, this is one of my favorite drawings of Jammer. Because of unforeseen circumstances. Now remember, Jobbot says, "We got to stop this mission." Jammer does not want that. Jammer doesn't want to go back to, Jammer does have a little bit of a lazy eye. That's okay. Imperfections are beautiful, you know. Because of unforeseen circumstances, we must complete our mission as planned. This is maybe my favorite drawing of Jammer. I actually come back to this drawing sometimes just for catharsis. And then we get a close-up on Jobbot's eyes, which actually they say in the concept of building comics, you're not supposed to put text on top of characters, but I broke the rule here. I don't know. You guys have to tell me if it's distracting. Consult the Cat Council on Intergalactic Affairs. Their decision will guide our actions. He's so spooked. I don't know what that means. Yeah, it looks like the troll left. See, that's the thing. When you're dealing with people who are toxic, toxic people are fed on something, right? They're motivated by something. Once you identify what they're motivated by, they'll go away because they need a supply. So since I didn't humor him, he's gone now, and I'm assuming it's a dude. Pretty typical. So then after that conversation, Jabba has determined further communication non-productive. So he's not even looking at him. Then Jammer says, all right, Jabba, this is my voice. I'm actually very sarcastic. So I'd be like, all right, man, when I really don't actually mean all right. Because, I'm a millennial and we're sarcastic. And so this is a really low render drawing, but Jabba zooms past him, right? I actually just sketched that like a couple days ago. And this is a pretty cool drawing. Has a lot of depth in it. And so that's Jammer sitting on his butt with his little helmet here. Very stylized. Because when I'm working in black and white, I can't just do line drawings like traditional comic books. I got to use the black to my advantage. It says the conflict demands a higher level of authority. Obviously, this story needs, or some of these stuff, there's no text in it. Like Fujo Bear was asking, do you add the text later? I do. I'm not sure if that's a better way to do it. It's probably not. But that's the way I do it now. Then we go on to 5. No, let's see. What do we got here? Ooh, these are pretty rough. And then he goes, how? Everything was simple. Survey a desolate planet and we die. So here's Oliver in her room. She's feeding her little pillow baby, right? She's got a little pillow baby. So Jammer's kind of like a worrywart, and Oliver is more of a free spirit. She doesn't want to stay on this planet forever. She wants to live her life, and we'll actually see that later in the next book. Not this book, but in the third book. So I'm already writing the third book. I just have to finish drawing this one. So you guys can see the very raw, drawings. These still need a little bit of work. We exist as a footnote in history. That's Jammer talking. He's basically saying, listen, it's not important to be remembered. So let's go on to the next one. This is an interesting one. So Jammer, these are really raw. Jammer, this actually looks like my cat. He goes, "Nyah!" And he goes and jumps into this hammock, and it swings. And the pillow baby starts eating. He's like, chomp, 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 chomp. Oh. And so she's feeding her pillow baby. And she turns around. This is one of my favorite drawings of Oliver. Sometimes she has cheeks and sometimes she doesn't. Little inconsistent, but I like it. I'm keeping it. Look at them. Everyone will want their own pillow, I think. Which, if you guys remember from the first book, the Cat Council doesn't think that cats should have pillows. So it's a little bit, there's something going on here. There's a lot going on here, really. And then let's go to the next one, 6, 7. Ooh, these are cool drawings. I like some of these. Look at what I do with the black here. I really love the black style. Oliver, I must remind you that keeping said being is against the Cat Code of Conduct set forth by the Cat Collective. Yes, the Cat Council prohibits pets because cats shall never be in bondage. It's against their ethics. So here's Jammer in his bed, and he's laying in his tail. Sauce is still alive. Thank goodness. Third book confirmed? Wow. Well, there probably will be a third book, but depending on how many we sell will determine how quickly it comes out. If I sell so many that it becomes my source of income, then guys, we'll be here every night. I'll work every day for the rest of my life. I don't care. I'm an artist, and an artist is a servant to the people. Soon I'll be stuck shining gear carts. So she still just cares about her baby. And she walks out of the room. Very, very rough stuff, guys. Very rough. And he's still talking. I don't have the dialogue in here. I don't want to give too much away. And then she goes into another room. Oh my goodness. I am feeling so generous today. I'm going to show you guys even the next scene, which is a really interesting scene with the mud pillows. No, there's nothing in here. Is this the one we want? I don't think this is it. Sorry, guys. I'm not super well organized. Where's the part where... Maybe it's in here. M7s? Yeah, here it is. Whew. Okay, so then we have... Oh, this is an interesting scene. I wonder if we have everything we need for this. I feel like I already worked this out somewhere else. Hold on. This is interesting. I'm actually kind of catching up with this stuff in front of you guys. Okay, we got this. So what happens is, if you guys remember correctly, the cat, 3-hour stream and no crashes. Yeah, Fujo, I'm starting to figure out tweaking the technology. You're right. 3 hours is definitely crash time. Let's see. Cover. Where should we go? Attack. Make retreat. Maybe it's in this one? No. No. It should be in the splat then. How is it not in here? No. Let's see if it's in here. I have a feeling it's not, but... Oh, it is in here. Okay. Dang. Okay. So we have this scene, remember? Where we're on the we're on the transport ship. So it's a smaller ship than the Federation ship. And while they're doing that, remember, a small group of mud pillows got onto the transport ship. Remember, they were looking for mud. They thought it was a bucket full of mud, silly pillows. And what happens is here, if you look right here, they sneak around. There's 7 of them. They're called the Muddy 7. And they sneak around the ship while Oliver and Gemma are talking. And they say, probably in here. So this is Oliver's room. Surrender now, foe. How did they get here? So the mud pillows actually see a real pillow for the first time ever. That's why I thought this is one of my favorite scenes because of that. So he says, bring secret weapon. And here it is. Dum, 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 dum. Stick. Go full undercover, which is just under the covers. And then what do we do? This is another one. I don't think this panel is going to make it in the book. I don't think... Oh, here it is. So then Oliver comes into her room. So she would actually be probably right here. So Oliver comes into the room. So then the pillows have to hide under the bed. So they're hiding while Oliver's walking around her room, which is interesting for you guys to see because you guys see how detailed I get. It doesn't start out that way. I mean, I really do got to work. I'm not Kim Jong-gi. Kim Jong-gi was a master. I'm humbled by his work. So everything was simple. Yeah, so we already saw this scene. So then we come in here. There's the room. Okay, those are notes for me. Those are other notes. That's a really cool scene. I gotta do that this weekend. I'll be cleaning gear carts. Let's see. Okay. Everyone will want one. Oh, there it is. So they grab the pillow. So this is really funny. So they actually capture the pillow from Oliver's bed. And they say, shh, 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 calm down, girl. And see, one pillow is actually wiggling her, but they think it's alive when it's clearly not. And it says, poor thing probably never tasted mud. One of the best lines in the book. Poor thing probably never tasted mud. Shh, 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 calm down. And they're just wiggling it. It's a funny scene. We have our first prisoner. And they start poking it with the stick. And then they start moving with their bounty. And where's that part at? Okay. This is a little all over the place. I wonder what this is. No, that's that other one. I can't believe I'm showing you guys. Somehow I didn't even fathom that normal pillows exist in this universe. Yeah, of course. It's in the same universe as us. It's just in a galaxy far away, right? Okay, so... Yeah, the deer god doesn't mean it wouldn't be a part of other gods. So let's do this one. So then the mud pillows, they carry their bounty. Hut, 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 this way with the prisoner. Hut, 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 hut. And then this pillow goes, what's that? What's that over there? And then just as that's happening, they realize that Jobbot's coming. And remember, Jobbot kills. Jobbot destroys pillows. Jobbot does not like pillows. He sees them as rodents, essentially. And they're like, oh my God, no! And so they scramble. They scramble around like, oh no, what do we do? So it's actually, if we were going to turn this into an image, it'd be like, oh no, what do we do? And they start falling all over themselves. But then this pillow notices there's a little headset on a chair. He's like, oh, what's that? I want that. I want that. That's how I say he would say, I want that right there. I want that. And so he gets a little bit closer. Here's the chair. And he's look at that face. Look at how happy he is. I want to get that. I better go get that. I guess that's the way we would do it. So let's like I guess everyone can see it, but it's like he would be like, I want to go get that. Okay. And then we would go, he starts to climb up on the chair. You see this here? So he climbs up on the chair. He doesn't know what's going on, right? Climbs up from here. They're like little toddlers, basically. Climbs up on the chair. There's like a little towel and a little oculus, if you will. And he gets in the chair, or they get in the chair. Pillows have no gender. They get in the chair. He puts the headset on, right? And when he does, he's overwhelmed. And that's a close-up. Look at that. That's a pillow looking at a 3D headset. He starts crying. He doesn't even know what to think. And I actually never show the audience what he's looking at. It doesn't matter. It's a MacGuffin. It's just a thing, right? So it doesn't matter. If a pillow looks at a monitor, yeah, they are so squishy. Let's look at how squishy he is. It's like literally a little baby climbing up on a chair. This one right here, I like this one. You know, this is a really good one. Trying to get up on there. And then what happens is the Jobbot enters the room and they're like, what the heck? And he goes, what's that? What's that? So he hides. He's hiding from Jobbot. Then Jobbot comes over, grabs him out of the chair, and he basically kills him. He starts smashing him around. Gets kind of dark. And then these pillows are like, oh no. And they're like, what are we going to do? So they grab the pillow. What do we do? They grab the pillow. And where is it at? It should be in here somewhere. Here it is. They grab the pillow. That's so rude, Jobbot. Yeah, Jobbot is not. Jobbot's not your typical bot. So what they do is they take the spare pillow, and they use the mud to create a new mud pillow. And so mud pillows, when using the mud, can actually create more mud pillows. Mud pillows beget other mud pillows. So if you just have a little bit of Flufferton mud and a little bit of a pillow, you can take trash together and make a mud pillow. And then that mud pillow can create another mud pillow, making a perpetual army of pillows. That's why the mud pillows are intense. So then, yeah, we got that one. So yeah, they have this meeting. See this pillow that they got? So this, you guys are watching some work in progress. I'm feeling generous this Friday. I generally try to hold this stuff. So they decide to build a mud pillow. Actually, can I find a rough of a mud pillow getting made? I think it's this one. Here it is. So this is actually kind of some of it. This is actually where an idea maybe starts out. They breed like rabbits, kind of, but they make their own. So they don't actually mate. So they put the two sticks together, and they start putting it together, and they puke on it. They like the mud onto the pillow, and they start to put it together, and they take some trash from out of the trash bin, and look, this is the first pillow. So the pillow that was killed by Jobbot comes back to life. He's a Franken pillow. You know, he's got a little plunger on his head. He's got like a toothbrush coming out, and he comes back to life. But as we realize, when a necromancer shows up, they're never the same. But then they build more, and then those trash pillows build other pillows, and they become less and less effective because they're not of the original, what would you call, like material. So that's how that works. Hey, Dave. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for coming. Frankenpillow. Yes, exactly. So there's another thing I'm showing you guys. So luckily you guys are cool, so I can show you guys what's up. But yeah, so we want to let's test this out. So we've been sketching on this for a little bit. Let's audition this on the cover, huh? Let's see what this looks like on the cover. You guys, anybody here who hasn't seen the cover yet? Probably everyone at this point. We're rocking. We got a cool school, huh? All you conformists. All right. So let's do this. Also, remember, guys, here's the cover. Here's the cover of Science, Bad Science. And so the area that we're drawing is actually going to be right here. So I'm going to go ahead and let's drop the opacity on this a lot. Yeah, that's not going to help. Where is that layer at? I don't know. This is such a big, yeah, let's remove that. Let's put this new layer up there. So I'm just, because most of this is with cats. So we want to kind of put a little group right above the words Conformity Farm. Try to let people know that there's a lot of depth to this story. Because who the hell knows what a conformity farm is? Nobody does. Nobody knows what conformity farm is. So then, yeah, we put it like this. So that doesn't look too bad. If we put this on here, it's not too bad, right? It's got a little bit of an army right here, and then you got all this other stuff. Yeah, that kind of works. But we're going to delete this here. We're going to go back to what we're doing. This should be like maybe a cover of a different book, huh? So we'll get back in there. Yeah, not too bad, huh, guys? I told you, I'm out here working, making you guys lore. We're trying to build a world. Does this remind you guys of anything? Or do you guys think this is pretty original? What do you think? What does it feel like? I mean, there's no such thing as something completely original, but I'm trying to be original. That's why these take so long. You know, if I was inspired by things, I guess I'm kind of inspired by George Orwell, but thanks, Fujo Bear. Fujo Bear, you're an OG, buddy. All right, so let's maybe make Basa a little bit smaller in here. We're going to get in here and get some more details going on. Yeah. Kind of line up here, line up here. Also, I want to take a moment, guys. I'm not getting a lot of attention from Instagram. I'm not sure why. So if you guys don't mind turning on notifications, if you guys want to see me do, kind of see the progress of the book, I'm basically working on this full time. I got a couple of contracts to do videos. I do filmmaking and like video work and stuff. And so I'll be doing some of that. I have some contracts that are due, but outside of that, I'm on the tablet and we're bringing this baby to the finish line. So there's some stuff I didn't show you, but I showed you guys a lot, really. Let's work on these guys here. Also, if you guys want to subscribe to me on YouTube, Twitch, I'm on there. I'm streaming right now, actually. Turn on the notifications so you guys know what's going on. For whatever reason, it's been breaking my heart. I have all you followers, and we I worked hard to get you guys, and you guys don't see any of my stuff. And I was talking earlier. I actually called Facebook or Meta or whatever, and I was like, hey, what's going on with this? And they were just basically in, their salesman talk or salespeople talk. They were basically like, if you buy awareness, you could buy ads. And I'm like, so you want me to buy ads to get access to my followers? And then they went quiet because, they're there to sell things, not to have introspective conversations, which kind of breaks my heart because the only platform that's allowing you to expand would be TikTok. And I know that's not something people want to hear, but it's like, that's the way you guys are running it. Like, I should get access to these people, I think. I mean, they chose to follow me. Like, I got to pay money to get access to my followers? Like, I understand paying money to get access to people who don't follow me. Like, I get that. But if they already follow me, then they should see what's going on. So I'm going to keep working. I'm going to keep pushing things out to trigger the algorithm. And then, yeah. So you guys see the stick technology here. Any drawing requests? Let me know. Let me know. I'll draw it. Do you have a YouTube channel? I do. Guess what it's called? I'm actually streaming on YouTube right now. And actually, if you like YouTube, I highly recommend following me on YouTube because once this is done, I'm going to start putting out animations over October, November, and December. So Conformity Farm is really going to be a holidays-based kind of channel where I'll go back to making movies because I work in film in a sense. you know, in the independent film world. And I like the idea of doing this over the winter. I want to make some cartoons. I'm going to do some satire. Hanging out for the night. Top-notch stream, sir. Oh, thank you, Guapi. Love your animations. The animations are okay. I think the graphic novel is my magnum opus. It's really some of my best work ever. Animations are more like experimental at this point, but I do want them to improve. I like that this guy's kind of got a scarf. I didn't realize he had a scarf over here. Hey, Kate. Thanks for hanging out. Welcome. With a big mustache. Wait, who's got a big mustache? No, this is mud, my friend. This is mud. This is all mud. These pillows eat mud. There's no mustaches on these pillows. I guess really, if he's sitting on them, some of them will have just big eyes like, oh my God, yeah. Yeah. No. It's a request. Oh, draw a mud pillow with, oh, thank you. Draw a mud pillow with a sombrero. That's funny. You know, it's funny, in the first book, there's actually a mud pillow with a little, like, I don't know what you call those things. This is a Chardinian pillow, though. And he's got this little hat on him. And they got these little hats. And they got these little, they wear overalls and stuff. But a sombrero, let's go for it. Yeah, let's do it. Let's drop this. I'll draw anything you guys want. I'm here for y'all. I'm here to entertain y'all. Okay. A pillow with a sombrero. Okay. Mud. Yeah. Or maybe he should smile, huh? Since they're never smiling, maybe we'll make one that smiles. So maybe put a foot down right like this. Also, remember, you got to put a little bit of weight into it, right? No, Kitty. I'm talking to the stream. Kitty doesn't understand. Kitty thinks I'm losing my mind. She's like, are you okay? You just been talking to yourself? And then give her some, what are these things called? Maracas? Mud. Does this look like a sombrero? Is this what sombreros look like? I don't remember. This is kind of like a sombrero, right? There you go. Is this a sombrero? Let's look at the internet. Let's see what the internet says about sombreros. Sombreros. Let's see. Sombreros. Yeah, I did it right. So it's basically like this. They generally have a little line right here, it looks like. A little bit of a border. What are sombreros for? They're just like, oh, and there's like a little bit of a curve. I don't think we really need to draw that. What is it, kitty? What is it, kitty? My kitty's name is Charlie. Right, Charlie? Charlie, I'm talking to people on the internet, Charlie. What's up, Gilly? What's up, Charlie? She's such a sweet girl. Come here. She's a little bit of a menace. Come here. I gotta draw, Gil. No, you're out of here? All right, I'll see you. All right, what's the next request? I think for shade. Oh, okay, that makes sense. Oh, it looks like they got little like little lines right here, or little like what you call it, like something to kind of tighten it. What are you doing, Kiki? Quit attacking me, Kiki. Quit attacking me. Don't do that. Don't do that, Kiki. Isn't she the cutest cat ever? This is the cutest cat. She's so cute. She's so sweet. It's funny, she's got these are things to like organize cables. But I put it around her neck. She has no idea. She thinks, she's like, why are you talking to yourself? Come to bed. Meow, 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 meow. What is it, Gilly? Did you bring your little mousey? If she brings her mousey, I'll play fetch with her. She's really cool. She plays fetch and stuff. All right. That's pretty cool. Okay. So I can keep moving forward with the sombrero, or I can draw something else. We can do a whole group, guys. Does Charlie need food? No, Charlie has an automatic feeder. She eats fine. Oh, Charlie's name is it's Charlie with an I. Charlie's a girl. She's a Gail. She's a sweet Gail. She's my sweet little Gail. Okay. So maybe we'll drop the opacity on this. What I would generally do once I kind of get it worked out. So what I would want to do is make this squishier. Dancing spider. Whoa. Hey, what's up, Dave? Haven't seen you around in a while. Let's open this sombrero up a little bit since he's kind of, well, he's actually not looking. So actually the perspective is actually wrong because if you look here, the character's really looking down. So actually the sombrero should probably open up a little bit more. I mean, it works for what we're doing, but still. We're working on veracity here, aren't we now? I don't know what to request. Can it get any better than pillows with sombrero? I don't know if it can. Well, we got dancing spider. Request drawing about spider. Auto food. Wow. Living the good life. I know. She doesn't know anything about waiting for food. She really doesn't. A dancing spider. That's interesting because a spider's got... What has spiders got? 8 legs or 6 legs? Gosh. It's been a long time. A dancing spider, huh? So maybe we could have a spider dancing with God, I don't think I've drawn a spider in so long. Spiders like this? I don't remember. They have 8 legs? Wow. So let's give this spider a and actually, if the spider's going to dance, we might want to move the body over this way. Yeah. Maybe she tries to take that thing. I actually saw a spider this morning. I put it on social media. I was like, look at this spider, and no one could actually see it. I was like, look at this web, and no one definitely no one. What kind of music do you like to listen to? That's a really good question. You know, I like to listen to I like I actually kind of like heavy metal. I like metal, stuff like that. I like classical music. I just like talented artists. So I like Kendrick Lamar a lot. His stuff is really good. If it's really good, I like it. I like some of J. Cole's stuff because hip hop is really dominating mostly. But I would say that I really thrive on rock and roll and stuff. I kind of come from that environment. Yeah, I've never heard I don't even know. What's the cucaracha or whatever? And what spiders have like a ton of eyes, right? It's like, isn't that the idea of a spider? Something like that. Spiders are terrifying. They don't have, I don't know. Okay, there we go. Dancing spider. That needs to be a scene in a space bar, a space cantina. We could. I mean, if there's going to be, love it. I'm glad you like it, Dev. It's interesting that you say that because if there's going to be cats in space and there's going to be pillows in space, I don't see any reason why there can't be humans or a planet with really anything. Oh yeah, 8 eyes too. Do they really have 8 eyes? Okay. God, it's been so long. I haven't thought about what a spider looked like since I was like a little kid. Oh, that's so creepy. Spiders are so smart. I had a spider and I wanted to take a video of it and it went and started hiding underneath a leaf. And I could see it. I watched it. I could see it watching me. Yeah, spiders are terrifying. I don't think they have... Spiders don't have antennas. I don't think they need them. I just like this foot that it put down right here. Oh yeah, 8 eyes. Crazy. So I guess we're all dancing. Anything else dancing, y'all? Da 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 da. Yeah, da 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 da. Also, guys, I have a Discord, so if you ever want to talk to me, you're more than welcome to join the Discord. I don't have a link for the Discord right now, but in the future, you guys are welcome to join. This might be one of my favorite groups I've streamed with. You guys are pretty awesome. All right, what's another one? I'll keep going, baby. As long as the momentum's here, I'll go all night. Squirrel dancing? Now that's what I'm talking about. A squirrel dancing? All right. And we're going to make this squirrel a fat boy, too. All right, so let's go full kilt. Yeah, these are very rough drawings, but that's okay. Merge layers. Let's put a squirrel right here. A dancing squirrel, huh? What do squirrels look like? They look like whatever I want them to. Oop. Let's be like something like this. And then squirrels kind of have these smaller ears. Yeah, I'll dance. I don't even care. Squirrels only have 2 eyes, luckily. They're much cuter. Some people don't like squirrels, and I never really understood that one. Actually, let's take this squirrel to a whole different layer. I'm just a squirrely. I'm just a squirrely. Squirrely, 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 squirrel. I'm just a squirrely. I'm just a squirrely. Oh, do the same thing with the squirrel. Put that little paw down right like that. Oh, no. I'm not liking that. Let's put that booty that way. Got a big old fat squirrel because in the Midwest, squirrels are pretty fat. See, I'm no Kim Jong-gi. Kim Jong-gi wouldn't need all these lines to work it out. I do. I need lines to help me get through it. I wish I could draw like Kim Jong-gi. We'll get there maybe one day. And then squirrels got these big old tails. I'm just a squirrely. Squirrely, 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 squirrel. Squirrely, squirrely. There we go. And then let's put our squirrel dancing with the rest of our crew. There we go. There we go. And then we got a squirrel in this on the team. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Like this. Like so. All right, there's our dancing crew, y'all. Any other ideas? Who came up with the dancing spider? I never would have thought of doing a dancing spider. The 8 eyes thing really creeps me out. I'm kind of like tryptophobic, so I don't really like these kinds of images. Kind of uncomfortable to draw. Man, I wish I was 1/3 of Kim Jong-gi. These could be really cool. That is pretty cool. Aw, thanks. Dance party. Who else? Who do you guys want to invite to the dance party? You guys call it. It's your party. Who we inviting? Just stay away from politics. We're not doing politics. Sorry. Any other ideas? Oof, oof, oof. You know what we can do is kind of go down like this and really kind of get in here and Oof. Creepy, creepy, creepy crawly. Kind of look like an ant. Right? And I feel like their hands are like probably got some like kind of claws at the end of them. And I feel like they got more than one bend in their legs. I mean, we got a dancing space cat. Whoa! A pillow eating gelatin. Oh, that's not a bad idea. La cucaracha, la cucaracha. I'm a kiki cat and that's true. La cucaracha, la cucaracha. Okay. Yeah, let's do a space cat. Hold on, let me take a drink real quick. A space cat would be good. You know what we should do? Let's do a dancing Oliver with her helmet on. It's one of my favorite character designs for Conformity Farm. Are we approaching a 4-hour stream? Hell yeah, baby. Let's do it, guys. Let's do it. This is our Friday night, huh? I love it. I'm so happy to be with you guys. I really am. And I want you to know that if you like this kind of stuff, then you're my kind of people. And I'm here to create for you. I have this talent, and just kind of something I was born with in some ways. And being able to express it is what makes the internet so amazing. You know? Alright, let's drop this down. Now let's add a space cat. So what do we want to do? We want to do a space cat in a pillow eating gelatin. I'm kind of curious, what does a pillow eating gelatin look like, huh? What do you guys think? Hey, Fujo Bear, what do you think about me not having any music on the stream? I almost feel like people like it better. Fujo Bear is on the stream all the time. That's why it's a hardcore OG. Okay, so then we'll take this drawing and we'll drop it down a little bit. And let's start another one. Let's do a mud pillow eating gelatin, which is funny because it's like, this isn't a mud pillow. Hey, we got a new one. Dead Trooper joined. Okay, well, interesting. Is it Dead Trooper? Oh, all right, welcome. Okay, so let's do a mud pillow eating gelatin. Ah! It's funny because it's a mud pillow eating it. Because remember, you could just have a pillow. Mud pillows are just a type of pillow. Okay. So then a gelatin, I guess we could put a gelatin mold. What's that classic gelatin mold that I almost never see in real life, but is always around? I don't know how we make it look like gelatin. I guess we make it wiggle. Yip, yip, yip. Like this. Yeah. And then a plate like this. So then he goes ahead and he's like, yeah. So then we got to take some away, right? Because he's eating it. And then one hand is actually bringing it in. So you want to go like, yeah, 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 yeah. The music is great, but I like it when it's not so loud so we can hear you. Oh, that's nice. You know, someone commented, they said the way I talk is really weird. Someone said that I sound like a person from the 1930s. They might have just been trolling, I don't know. But, I don't know, I had someone tell me, he's like, why do you talk the way you do? And I was like, this is the way my brain thinks, and I'm just verbalizing it. Yeah, yeah, yeah. And stick that booty out like this. No, you know, actually, it might be funnier if they're just sitting there. Like Winnie the Pooh or something. Pooh Bear, Winnie the Pooh Bear. Winnie the Pooh is kind of like a mud pillow, but for honey. Oh, bother. Nah, I don't have a very good Winnie the Pooh impression. But at least I'm aware of it. So this is an interesting one. His arm's a little long. Let's see if we can maybe drop that and get it a little bit. Wait, wait, wait. Oh, that's not too bad. And yeah, so I guess maybe there's some right here like this. And then this should wiggle. Ooh, ooh, ooh. It's hard to tell that it's a gelatin. I would actually probably need color to communicate that it's gelatin, you know? That bunt pan looking gelatin mold, lol. I was inspired by finding your posts where the space pirate pillows demanded gelatin and the cat is a technical innovation after rejecting the stapler. Wow, you are familiar. That's a really early one. That's way before I did the graphic novel. That's really funny. Yeah, where they were like, no, because they said the stapler was too advanced of technology. They're like, how dare you insult us? That's too advanced of technology. Give us gelatin. Yeah, that was really funny. And they go, is there intelligent life on this planet? And they're like, negative. That was actually the beginning of the idea of space cats. So maybe we'll do, yeah, there we go. So the shoulder, the arm was just too long. That's what it was. Okay. So then we can do this. So these are just line drawings. Maybe I could come in here. Oh, always got to make sure to put the stitch on them so that everyone knows it's a pillow. Otherwise, it's just, you know, whatever. I always put like an X here. A little bit of an imperfection on each pillow. There you go. Yeah. And actually, maybe we'll open the mouth even more to kind of get that expression. Got to cartoon it a little bit, you know. There we go. There we go. All right. Let's put him in the party. Mud pillow, mud pillow. So maybe we'll put him in the corner by himself. He's not really hanging out with anybody. Just over here. Actually, we'll put him over here. Well, we'll put him right here. And what was the other one? Oh, we got a dancing space cat. Let's put Oliver in here. Not Wiggles. It's good, Jello. That's funny. You guys are so kind, you know. Everything has space for critique. Nothing's perfect. So, you know, I like that you guys are very kind, but don't worry. I don't really get affected by feedback. It doesn't hurt my feelings. So, all right, let's do Oliver. Yeah, let's do a space cat. Good idea. I'm going to do space. This is one of my favorite characters to draw. I wonder if we can try to get... Oh, I want Oliver to kick her foot out too. So like one arm over here. Maybe she's doing like a fancy dance, putting her arms out here like wah, wah. Lean with it, rock with it, or something like that, you know. Kind of looks like a Peanuts character. Really don't like that right leg, so let's plant this leg down here and try to give it another shot on that leg. Maybe the leg comes towards us? I don't know. Let's drop the opacity, see what we can do. Maybe the foot. Yeah, there we go. That's adorable. Adorable. Yes. Adorable. Yes. It's a pretty long tail. Let's drop this. And then we'll actually... Let's try to get some decent lines in here, huh? Whoops. So you want to thicken the line where you would have shadows, see? And then we'll lighten the line up towards the top because that's where the shine would be. Very subtle things you can do, but it adds to the believability of what you're making. And then she's actually got a little patch here that says CF. And then we'll kind of go like this. And let's actually get her paws in here, huh? This is a pretty thick. Or what if she just straight up just puts her paws like this? Yeah, the space cats actually have thumbs. Spoiler alert, cats have thumbs in this world. They need them. They need them, otherwise it just doesn't make sense. I've done the work. I've looked into it. They gotta have thumbs. And then maybe let's do something with this tail's a little big. And then, okay. So let's maybe, so what I like to do, with, if you guys notice with my style, is I'll actually keep some of the rough stuff for texturing. That's kind of the secret sauce of what I do. I won't get rid of everything. I'll keep some of it. That's why it always kind of has that rough look to it. She's actually got a backpack too. Well, it's more like an oxygen tank. And there is a there's a little bit of a split in the uniform. She's got some shoes on. Not bad. Adorables. Adorables. And then let's see if we can fill these in without any issues. Alright, that's good enough. Yeah, not bad. Maybe we'll kind of keep this down. The texture might help. And then let's make sure we got what we need. Alright, let's put Oliver in the crew. Now she's dancing, no maracas, but she got there late, so they didn't have any maracas left for her. Actually, since we have that foot planted the way we do, we can actually kind of rotate her as long as that weight is on that foot. So if this is where she's at, we just need a flat spot, even if it's really, really little. So we could just come across and go bam. And maybe squish the foot like that a little bit, see what it does? Just a very little piece of information can get stuff done. Well, Fujo Bear, I'm actually thinking that maybe I just won't do music anymore, huh? Maybe I'll just chat the whole time. I mean, I have stuff to say. Sometimes I don't. Sometimes I don't. All right, what's next, y'all? What's going on in this cantina? Anything you want. Anything you want. That's, this squirrel's a funny one. It's kind of out of nowhere. Thoughts? If you guys don't have anything, I'm going to go back to the cover. Music's good for background noise. It's just when the music drowns me out that it's kind of a bummer. Okay. I could see that. Actually, last night's stream, you could barely hear me. The music was loud, and they were kind of equal, but they were kind of low. Yeah, so this morning, I was like, I wonder how the stream went. So I went and checked it out, and I could tell you couldn't hear me. Cover. Yeah, go back to the cover, huh? Oh, the cover's actually on this layer. Yeah, let's go back to it. Yeah, and I think someone tried to tell me that it was hard to hear me, and I was like, no, it's fine. So people do try to help. It's kind of crazy. All the Conformity Farm people, like, trolls really don't thrive in this community very well. This is not a safe space for trolls. Not that I'm, like, negative towards trolls. I'm just not really affected by them. And I think maybe the material makes them think that I'm, you know, a very sensitive person and I'll be easily triggered. But that's not the case. They just don't know. And just like the troll who was here, who was basically like, you don't support your fads? How about an animal of your choice playing a saxophone? Ooh. An animal of my choice. Heading out now. Thanks for the stream. That was fun. Commanda, thank you so much. You've been fantastic. Looks like she's already gone. Yeah, she was cool. An animal of my choice playing a saxophone, huh? I'll think about it while I'm finishing these mud pillows. An animal of my choice. What would be an interesting animal to draw? You know, honestly, I just want to do things that I'm not used to doing. So what's something I've never drawn before? This is... Oh, Guapapi. Oh, okay, cool. I thought you were a new person. Okay. What would be a good animal, huh? Playing the saxophone, huh? Sharks or monkeys? Yeah, let's try a shark. I haven't drawn a shark before. Sharks kind of have this pointy nose a little bit. Shark's eyes are actually farther back, aren't they? Kind of looks like a dolphin, huh? I don't know. Giraffe? Well, I think they're all kind of challenging to an extent. Let me try again with this. Yeah, it is a bit of a challenge, but I'm up for the challenge. I mean, as long as I have it in my head, I can draw it. So, I do like sharks, but I don't draw them generally. So maybe something like maybe the saxophone's halfway down his mouth. Sharks are so terrifying. Saxophone's like this curvy brass instrument, right? The thing that scares me about sharks, outside of the jaw that unlocks and everything, is the look in their eyes. Hey, Hattie. No ask, no tell. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, so let's make sure we're able to be seen. Yeah, I guess that's a shark, huh? It's a shark if I've ever seen one. Yeah, the gills give it away. I actually think the fin would be back there. It's funny because we're getting into the soulless eyes are so scary. That's what I'm saying. Oh, Gray Fox, you switched to YouTube. Cool. Subscribe. Yeah. Sharks are terrifying. I mean, I don't really want to be near sharks. I like looking at them. They're cool. So maybe we'll put this guy in the back. Or we'll put him right over here, huh? In the corner. We need to be able to see his fin, though. Well, we'll put him here for now. I wonder if maybe putting his tail on the ground might be a good idea. It's kind of an interesting composition. I actually kind of like this drawing with the shark. I might develop this drawing more. This is interesting. Oh, really? Top-notch sharks. Absolutely blast that sax. That's what I'm saying, right? And then we could put some musical notes in it, right? Yeah. I can cartoon with the best of them. No Kim Jong-gi, but on my own thing. I'm Timothy James. Okay. Soulless eyes. I'm actually kind of interested in drawing. I like the way he lays on his side and keeps drawing. This stream is awesome. Thanks, Fujo Bear. You having a good time, buddy? Good. I'm glad. Because sometimes these streams can be a drab. You know what I think the big thing is that on Friday, I'll generally like socialize or whatever. And this was one of those Fridays where I was like, you know what? There's a bunch of people who maybe don't have things to do. And if I create an environment, maybe they'll come and hang out. And I was right. All right. So we got this. I'm going to go back to the cover. Unless you guys come up with another idea, I'll go back. But let's kind of crank through this. The people on Instagram, they come in and they just leave right away. I think when you see there's 0 people in there, you're like, I don't want to be the one person. It's like going into a store and there's no one in the store but you, and you walk in, it's like ka-cling, 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 and you walk in, it's just you and that person behind the register, and you're like, oh, I can't just like leave now. Like I gotta walk around, and then at the end of it, you don't buy anything. You go, thank you, and then you leave. Ka-cling, ka-cling. So maybe this guy, I'm trying to get these guys to look uncomfortable. My whole idea is that I want you to be able to look at different parts of the drawing. But having said that, I do have to learn to make sure not to distract the audience away from the core of the story. That's the balancing act for me. But I do want to give people I want to give people a lot of value for their money. So there is that. So maybe he's like, this guy's like, oh, gee, oh. Oh, where'd he go? Cuckoo-cling, cuckoo. Oh, we just hit 4 hours. So relatable. That's funny. What part's relatable? Getting squished? Maybe we'll put some whites on the eyes. Oh! Used to getting squished. Also, Instagram is basically mobile only, so you can't do anything else with your device while watching a stream. Oh, okay, that makes sense. Well, I'm glad it allowed us to match. I mean, I'll probably do it again, but I also think a lot of people are on their phone on a Friday night, you know? So maybe it'll be one of those things where we kind of just like connect there, and then if you want to, you can watch on Twitch and you. I can't stream on YouTube until I have enough subscribers. So please subscribe if you can. Turn on the notifications, and yeah, we can keep hanging out. It's so weird that I'm saying all that. I always thought that I could get away with not saying that stuff, but you kind of have to. It's just people, you don't think about it, and I don't think about it. I don't think I barely have. I don't know if I have the notifications turned on for anything. The only one was Kim Jong-gi's. Kim Jong-gi streams with a 4-hour stream, yeah. Well, here's the other thing too, Fujo Bear. It makes me wonder if the algorithm will respect me more if I'm streaming regularly for long periods of time. I imagine it would, right? Because the whole concept is at the end of the day, they just want you to stay on the platform as long as possible. That's why streaming video games has turned into one of the most profitable things you can do online. Because it's just how long it is, how cheap it is for the content. I mean, YouTube has, I don't know, man. Whatever. No opinion. I'm happy it's there. I'm not going to sit here and talk bad about it. It's just that I always wanted to be a YouTube animator, and then it turned into a thing where animation will literally bankrupt you because it's so labor intensive. So I had to find a different approach, and this is basically my different approach, which I will do YouTube animations, though. You can do one-offs. I mean, it's a good database for art, I would say. Yeah. Because it used to be, people used to do like really short animations, and they used to make good money. Because the algorithm, or whatever, they would identify it as like high effort content, and then they would compensate the animators for that. And then overnight, they changed it all and took it all away. And you know exactly what it was. It was a business decision. And YouTube is dominating. I think there were numbers that came out recently that YouTube just bypassed Netflix as the most downloaded television app of all the streaming services. So YouTube, the future is YouTube, or YouTube is now, or whatever you want to say. And it doesn't seem to have any competitors. Vimeo didn't really turn into much. Vimeo was too idealistic, maybe. I don't know. It was trying to compensate filmmakers and stuff, and it's just, people don't watch short films. They just don't. And as a person who works in the film industry, I watch my colleagues spend thousands of dollars on shorts, and some of them are amazing. I have a particular colleague who's just incredible. He makes great stuff, and really what I think his concept is it's better to do it than to not. Because a lot of the artists that I know, they do it no matter what, you know, and that's what a real artist is. Like, the incentive is the art, not the outcome. And that's really what makes America great. No, I don't know. Okay, so these are starting to get cleaned up. This is starting to work. See this just a little bit. And then when you zoom out, it's just a real small part of the book. And then you zoom in and you go, what the heck is Conformity Farm about? What the heck is this? You know? And then you gotta look into it more, huh? And then you got this deep story, huh? Yeah, huh? Huh? Wherever you go, oh, won't you take me, please, Pooh Bear? I wanna see it. This whole time, the Pooh Bear theme song's been in my head. The pillows are so silly, aren't they silly? I love drawing them. They're just so absurd. Whoops. All right, let's clean this up a little bit. Get some of this stuff out of here that we don't need. I don't think we need this information. So let's remove that. I don't think we need this. Maybe some of this will be fine. True what? I don't know. I don't know what you're responding to. Hey, Elijah. Hanging out. Good to see you. Elijah hanging out on a Friday night. Say hey to everyone on YouTube and Twitch. Elijah, if it's more comfortable, you can watch me on YouTube or Twitch. A lot of the Instagram people will switch platforms. They're soldiers, so they got to be serious. But there's always like a pillow or two who kind of falls out of that like group, you know. I feel like people on Instagram, nobody wants to be the only person viewing a channel. So I have people coming in and they just basically leave immediately. Well, because I guess it's not really a community, right? Like it was easier when there was 3 or 4 because you're just like, okay, we're talking to the creator. I guess I'll treat this stream like a bar, huh? It's midnight. It's midnight. We got a little bit of time. Hanging out. I wish you guys could talk with each other. You know what I could do? I could give you guys access to the Discord. You guys want access to the Discord? And if you ever want to reach out to me or anything like that, the Discord's generally live. You could talk to me on there or anything like that if you want. Do you guys ever use Discord? Oh, you love Discord? The pillows kind of remind me of a mix of Boogeyman from Nightmare Before Christmas. Yeah, that's a really good call. And Minions and the pigs from Angry Birds. Ah, that's pretty good. Good result. Does the Discord have mud pillows? Yeah, I guess kinda. Not particularly. I mean, it's just a place to communicate. But you guys are more than welcome to join the Discord. Because you guys are cool. Now I'm going to close Discord on this computer because Discord, remember what I was saying, Fujo Bear, the computer crashes? I'll tell you what, if I look at it, I can already see that the bandwidth is struggling. Having Discord is a massive program and it will eat up your CPU. Oh, that's so funny. Yeah, I think the Sandman from the Angry Birds pig is really funny too. I never really thought about that one. Definitely the Sandman from The Nightmare Before Christmas. I'm definitely influenced by that. Not completely directly, but when I saw it, I was like, hell yeah. That guy was full of worms and stuff. He was an interesting character because he kind of was just a bad guy just because. Like the conflict had more to do with Jack trying to get back to the regular world, and then just kind of I guess they needed to pin it on someone. I'm not really sure. The Nightmare Before Christmas is really cool. I mean, Nightmare Before Christmas is really close to Conformity Farm in a sense. Don't crash now. I know, right? It looks like I'm good, but it did get kind of weak. It did get kind of weak when I launched Discord, so there is that.
Bluetooth connected. Bluetooth second device connected.
Discord is setting the audio device and don't switch. Rad dogs. Yeah, that's Aries dog. Aries is cool. We got some cool people. They generally they'll hang out in there. It's just part of building a community, y'all. Yeah, you know what I like about the Nightmare Before Christmas, and the thing I like to focus on with Conformity Farm is that I think ugly is beautiful. You know, ugly can be beautiful, and I think that not everyone was born beautiful, you know, but they are all beautiful. They're not seen in the context of beauty, but if you see like Jammer's kind of got a lazy eye a little bit, Oliver's got a little bit of a pot belly, like everyone's a little bit ugly. There's no beauty. Like a lot of Conformity Farm is really kind of the antithesis of mainstream media. You know, so that's a big focus for me. I feel like Bassa might be a little too big. We might need to bring him down a little bit, but we'll do that later. Let's get in here and do these guys. Oops. Maybe he's just got an arm here. Oh no. Or maybe he doesn't even want to be here. Oh no. Oh. 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 I didn't really want to be here. I didn't really want to be here. Hey, look, we got Mindful Crow. What's up? You're not the only one here, even though it says you're the only one here. We're all just hanging out, drawing. Well, I'm drawing, but we're all hanging out. Mindful Crow. Look at you. Haha, good. Yeah, a lot of people are on, Preheated Funk. Welcome. Now, a lot of people move to YouTube and Twitch because it's easier to do more stuff at the same time. But you're welcome to hang out on any platform you like. Just drawing some cover stuff, huh? When derpy started being used to describe cute things in 2010s or so, it really reconciled the ugly, adorable dissonance for me. Yeah. You know what's interesting is there's the term kawaii. Kawaii is kind of like I was told is like the word for cute in Asia or in like certain countries. Kawaii, yeah, kawaii isn't like this, but I like the idea of like kawaii mixed with ugly. Derpy is cute, isn't it? Yeah, you're right. It kind of has that. But I think it's just like we've seen so much perfection and beauty. It's just I think that people are ready for something that's not as perfect, you know? Ah, yes, makes sense. Mindful Crow. Good to see you, Mindful Crow. Actually, guys, I'm going to show Mindful Crow the whole cover. You want to see something here? Check this out. This is the cover to the book that I'm working on. We're actually working on this section right here, right on top. So this book's coming out. Oh, you draw a lot of monsters. Oh, very nice. Ooh, look at this. All this detail. And I did this whole cover on streams. Fujo Bear remembers. Fujo Bear watched me draw this dang thing. So I'm drawing this little section here for the cover. Just to give you an idea of what's going on here. I don't want you to feel like you're alone. You're definitely not. Definitely at the after hours bar known as the Conformity Farm Lounge. Yeah. I'm a butt pillow. Yeah, butt pillow. That's what I imagine they do when they talk about it. Yeah, I'm a butt pillow. Ah, people are joining the Discord. Yes, that's what's up, y'all. That's what's up. Let me be your sanctuary. I will be a good host for a place for you guys to exist. I don't think we have any trolls in the midst. Trolls don't. I'm not, like, I don't think I've ever been triggered on the internet. Damn, so cool. Thanks, Mindful Crow. I'm gonna have to check out your page. I would, but I don't want to close the live. But afterwards, I'll check out your art for sure. For sure. So many good artists out there. It's exciting. Maybe something like this. Yeah, trolls be damned. They don't do well. Also, trolls are like, I don't know. Listen, I've done a little bit of trolling myself. So I can't judge. But yeah, we don't have anyone like that. I generally don't invite people to the Discord, so you guys are very special. You guys have seen all the spoilers. You guys have, well, not all the spoilers, but you guys have seen a lot of material. I literally read most of the first book. Wild. Isn't that crazy? You guys remember when I read the beginning of the book? Remember when I read book 1? So I'm going to re-release that book, and I'll probably add another 50 or 60 pages to it. So you do feel special. You should feel special. It was a special night. Fujo Bear, I'll tell you, this is a special night. I really stepped up my game, in a sense, of being a good host. Maybe I should complain less about the platform and give you guys more to really comb through. What's up, late night stream gang? What up, what up? I love it. I love it. What do we got here, Mindful? Oh, no worries, I'm private, but yes. Creative collaboration is needed in this world. Oh, I agree. 1,000,000,000%. It's truly been a great stream, so much fun. Thank you, Fujo Bear. You are such a sweet person. Maybe one day our paths will cross. One day I'll be at a comic book convention or something, and then you'll be like, I'm Fujo Bear. And I'm like, Fujo Bear, you can have anything on this table you want. One of anything. You can pick whatever you want. Pick whatever you want off this table. That's probably how it would go. There's still a listing for the first book on your website. Is that for the first edition or the upcoming expanded one? That's for the first edition. Yeah, if you order that within the next week, there will be, I don't have that many copies left, but I do have some. And let me know who you are, and if you want me to, I'll be happy to sign it. Because here's the other thing, too. There's only 2,400 of the first edition. So once they're gone, that's it. I'm not printing anymore. I'm going to do another edition, and we'll never go back. So the first edition doesn't even have, like, it's just so raw. I just literally just put the drawings together. So when did you start drawing comics? 2020? I started drawing comics during the pandemic. But I think I first started doing single panels. You'll see on Instagram. I started doing single panels on Instagram in 2018. But that was mostly just a hobby. But then what happened was, oh God, I might as well tell you the truth, huh? Well, it's not like I was going to lie. Ooh, my mouth is parched. Do you guys mind if I take a break to drink some water? Hold on, give me a sec. Hey, Logan Martin. Good to see ya. Wave. Wave, 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 baby. And if you don't want to hang out here, you're more than welcome to hang out in YouTube and Twitch under Conformity Farm. But oftentimes when people see there's only a couple people there, like, this isn't a... It's like if I had a bar and there was only like 3 people there, and people are like, this isn't why I came to the bar. Well, that's the interesting thing, too. If you really want to go to the Conformity Farm bar, it's really... or the lounge, if you will. It's 6:30 here, so I checked it out again when I wake up. Thanks for streaming. Yeah, no problem. No problem, Mindful Crow. Also, turn on notifications. Follow me on Instagram. Follow me on YouTube, Twitch, stuff like that, and help me jolt the algorithm. You got to think there's a lot of channels that get a lot more exposure than I do, that maybe don't offer as much. Maybe I don't want to be judgmental of people, but you know. What was I talking about? Oh yeah, let me get hydrated real quick. Hold on. Oh yeah, here 12:30 at night. What are you talking, Fujo Bear? You're talking about, yeah, quality. I know. You know, I'm telling you, it doesn't really. You really don't. I don't want to be a complainer. But here it goes. No, I'm just kidding. I kind of like this lighting where the light comes up from the tablet and then there's like everything else is dark. I might want to keep this going this way, you know? What was I going to say? What was I talking about? No, but yeah, there's a lot of people who get preference in the algorithm and it bums me out because, you know, I really come with the heat sometimes but that's okay. I mean, if I do start to blow up, I will have earned it. Anyway, so back to how did I get into comics? Do you guys want to know about that? The Poop Sock joined. Fantastic Poop Sock. And it looks like Poop Sock left. I think people just look and they're like, it's like I said, you don't want to be the only person in the bar. Hey, Nordle99, thank you for joining. We got people on Twitch and YouTube. You're not alone. Letting people know you're not alone. But to answer the question how I got into comics. So basically, I wanted to make a movie. That's what happened. I wanted to make a movie, and I started raising money to make a movie. And to make a movie, you need probably about 35 to 40 grand just to make the movie, and then you probably need an additional 25 grand to promote it. And then if you can keep it within that price range, you really have a chance of getting your money back. So I started raising money in 2019 for a movie. Well, in 2018 for a movie. And I got which is funny, I actually talked about this at the beginning of the stream. But, you know what's funny? You guys see me, on Instagram you can only see me, but I actually wipe my hand across the tablet. The reason why I wipe my hand is because when I learned to draw with paper and pencil, and I would draw and erase and draw and erase. So I actually have, just like, you know how my cat will bury its excrements or whatever, it's an impulse, you know? What's this? Ooh. Yeah, that's a good one. So yeah, you can see on the 2018 I started doing comics. But those were just for fun. I didn't really mean anything by it. I was just like, oh, social media. Yeah, I could draw. But basically what happened was I was raising money for a movie, right? And after about a year, I only got about 12,000, between 12 and 15. I don't remember exactly what it was, but not a lot, not enough to make a movie. And I was pretty depressed about it. And then I thought, well, what if because the big problem was a lot of people didn't believe I could do it. That's the big thing. If you ever get into filmmaking, the biggest job really is to convince people, hey, what's going on? What do we got here? Tomuts? Hi, Tomuts. Welcome. Welcome, welcome, welcome. We're on YouTube, Twitch, Discord, and Instagram. You're not alone, my friend. So a lot of the investors were basically like, we're not going to give you any money because you never made a movie before, which is kind of ironic because how are you supposed to get the experience? I mean, it's the catch-22. But I get it. I mean, it's their money. You're not entitled to other people's money, nor am I entitled to any preference on anyone else's website, yada, 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 right? Got to be realistic about things. But anyway, I didn't have enough money, and so I thought I could draw. What if I made a graphic novel? Because it would be like making a movie. And then it could also show people didn't know I could draw. And so so here's another thing you guys don't know about me. All right. I'm about to show my hand, y'all. I'm about to show my hand. Not this one, but in general. So I used to be as successful as you can be, but like I was a successful camera operator in sports television. And I would get called to do work all across the Great Lakes because I had a strong young back and I could do handheld camera and I was really good. I was really good at football and basketball. Those are some of the tougher sports to shoot handheld. And so when I told my colleagues that I was going to draw a book, I thought because I was good at camera that somehow I would be good at drawing, it's funny, every step in my life, people have definitely put their foot down and mocked me and told me I couldn't do things. It maybe bothered me when I was like a little kid. What up, Gray Fox? With nothing. Gray Fox. Where are we at here? Yeah. So I decided to do a graphic novel, and that's really what happened. I told my colleagues, I was like, I'm going to start drawing a graphic novel, and they were kind of like, pfft. You think because you're good at camera, you'll be good at drawing? And I was like, I can draw. And they're like, yeah, I'm sure you can draw. Because in their mind, you can't be good at more than one thing. Boat Vox. Hello, Boat Vox. Man, a lot of people are just showing up and leaving. It's too bad because it's 5 people in a row in less than a minute. And if they would have all just stayed 1 minute, they would have all seen each other. It's easy to tell by how you voice your character sound effects while reading that these stories are meant to have an auditory component. Yeah. No, I mean, to an extent, these stories... Now, if I had my money to make a movie, I couldn't make this movie. That's the reason why I got excited about doing such a deep fantasy story. But the other thing, too, is I had to build the lore. So then when I started building the lore, it's the entire... I'll tell you something. Here's a cool story. When I did Mud is Good, I released Mud is Good in 2021, September 2021. I've sold a couple thousand of them. And I gave one to my niece, and my niece was in 4th grade, right? This is actually a really good story. And when I gave him the book, everyone's like, "Oh, Uncle Timmy made a book, cool, right?" Generally, people aren't quick to jump to books unless they're already reading a lot of stuff, you know? And so I don't think anybody read it. They were just like, "Oh, this is cool," you know? And then my niece takes it to school. And they have, no one's bringing me down. But she brings this book to school. She's a 4th grader, right? And they have a little bit of like recess time. And she says to her friends, "Do you guys want to read this graphic novel that my uncle made?" And they said, "Yeah, okay." So they sat down and they start reading the book together, right? It's a good book for 4th graders. It's really a good book for all ages. And so they read it for the half hour of the recess, and they have to stop and put a bookmark in it. And she says to her friends, she says, "Do you like the book?" And they go, "Yeah, we do. But we don't think your uncle did this." And she goes, "What do you mean?" She's like, "How? How could he have made this?" She's like, "I don't know. I just know he did." And they were saying, "We think it's weird that you're lying about your uncle making this. You could have just brought this book in and you didn't have to be a liar." So she came to me to tell me the story, and she's like, "People are saying that I'm a liar, that I'm making up that you're my uncle." And I said, "Olivia," it's my niece's name. I said, "Olivia, you actually just got to learn a very valuable lesson that took me a long time to learn, which is that whether or not you can do something is not determined by whether or not people believe in you. It is not part of the equation at all. And when you're young, you think it is. You're like, "Oh, why don't people believe in me?" And then when you have failure, you're like, "Oh, I'm failing because no one's believing in me." It's like, no, you're failing because that's part of the process of success. I think she got to learn a pretty valuable lesson. It took me a long time because I used to spend a lot of time trying to convince people that I was worthy of my ambitions. That is not a problem I have anymore. Do your thing, brother. Don't let anyone bring you down because I see you have the drive and skills to do great things. Wow, Great Fox. It's a very nice thing to say. You know what's so funny? People say so many bad things about the internet. You guys are so sweet. 10 out of 10 uncle lesson. That's what I'm saying, right? Yeah, and she's so young too. She gets to learn it. And I was like, think about that. Think about how no matter what you said, you couldn't convince these kids. And if anything, they decided to shame you because they were so confident that you weren't right. Now, how many people in life... So look at this drawing. It's starting to come together, but it needs a little bit more. I almost feel like maybe if I'm drawing the full cover, when people come in, they'll stick around more. But we're not at that point, right? We're at 12:30 and the bar's closing in a little bit. In Chicago, there's bars that don't close until 4 a.m. They got 4 a.m. bars out here. I think my Kiki went to bed. Is that true, Kiki? Did you go to bed, Kiki? I think she did. Yeah, she's like, "What are you doing?" She tried to bring me to bed. She's like, "Come on. You're going the wrong way." I'm definitely up past my bedtime. But, I used to care about what people thought. And then when I stopped pretty early though. It didn't last that long. And a lot of people got very upset with me and would call me arrogant and stuff. It's a common thing. And you can't worry that the reason why people tell you can't do things, they're not trying to be mean. They're just projecting. They're projecting themselves onto you. And they think and that's probably how they interpret people, is by projecting themselves on people. Now, most people are kind of like The Simpsons. If you ask Matt Groening what The Simpsons is about, he says The Simpsons is about a family just trying to be normal, and they're not doing a good job at it. And that's one of the most that's the most common story in life, which is that people just want to be normal like everyone else in their neighborhood. They don't want to complicate life, and they definitely don't want to be ostracized for being different. It's a pretty common thing. It's herd mentality. It doesn't make them a bad person. But I did think it was kind of weird when my niece was like, what do I do about these kids who are picking on me that I'm lying about who my uncle is? She's like, I don't know what to say. And yeah, so I was able to tell her, this lesson. I remember when I was younger, I stopped worrying what people thought. And it's crazy because I probably did it about 90%, and I still about 10% cared. Because people would react to me, they'd be right in front of me. You're being very arrogant. It's very arrogant for you to think this, and I'm thinking, well, there might be something to it. I was a young person. And here I am, and it was one of the best things I ever did. And the funny thing is, my only regret is that I hadn't gone harder, even harder. I wish I would have gone 100% and not cared what people thought. Because I did a little bit. I did hold myself a little bit back for that. I don't think anyone ever doubted the graphic novel, though. Because at that point, I was trying to make movies. And so to do the graphic novel, to a lot of people, was kind of like a weird thing, too. A lot of my colleagues, they don't know how to draw. And so they're also kind of like, okay. Like, I don't think they knew that I could do my own world. Like, you got to think about it. How many graphic novelists out there actually draw and write their comic books? I mean, you can go ahead and list them right now. It's not a lot. It's not a lot. Oh, that's funny. Oh, that's on Reddit? Oh, wow. Conformity Farm's on Reddit? Oh my God, I started that so long ago. Yeah, let's get some more texture on here. Sorry, guys. Let's crank up the drawing a little bit. Over here trying to tell lessons. No, but I like that story. My niece, Olivia. And she was like, Uncle Timmy, what do I do? And I was like, nothing. You don't do anything. That has nothing to do with you. How people feel about you is nothing to do with you. It is not of any of your concern. If you start worrying about what people think about you, then you're in a tough place. You gotta do you. Now, if your goal is to be normal, then yeah, I could see it being an issue. But if you want to do something irregular, you're gonna have to deal with that reject. It's just like anything else. If you go, I can't even design one character. I don't know how you do it. That's funny. I'm sure that's not true. I'm sure of it. Let's do this shield, huh? Because I like what's going on with this shield here. They're almost like acorns. Hey, host, Hosatokes, however you say your name. Hello. Yeah, they just come in and leave right away. It's almost like an acorn or something. Yeah, but yeah, I had to deal with it. And even some of my colleagues are still kind of catching up with it. Like one of my colleagues that I used to be an AC for, which is like a camera assistant, he never elevated me in the company. He actually only ever degraded me in the company. Kept pushing me down in the company. And I was at a birthday party that he was at, and he's a professor now, and he's got kids and stuff. And I was like, yeah, I've sold like 2,000 of these. And he was like, his response wasn't congratulations. It was like, where? Who's buying them? And I said, I don't know who's buying them. They're on shelves, and they're all sold out. And, he's made some feature films, and I know that they didn't make money, And I'm not trying to talk down. I'm just saying, like, a lot of people made predictions on me, but oftentimes those predictions are based on themselves. Like when people give you advice, they're generally telling you how to be them. So don't take advice from people you don't want to be like. That's something it took me a long time to learn. I remember when I was a young kid, some people being like, you're arrogant. I would get that a lot. You're arrogant. But I guess, yeah, maybe I am. I don't know. I just don't want to buy your advice. I don't want to be like you. So it caused problems. Acorn shields are pretty advanced technology. That's super advanced. But can you imagine stick technology? Can you imagine double stick technology? I can't imagine it. I can't imagine. It's too advanced. It's too advanced. They're too ambitious. These pillows are too ambitious. They took 200 years to advance mud technology. Two sticks. Can you imagine two-stick technology? Do that meme with Vince McMahon's head exploding. Two sticks. Oh, I should post a meme like that. I'm going to be posting a lot coming up soon, guys. Once this is done, I'm going to post a lot. I'm going to give away a lot. It's just that not too many people are aware of what I'm doing. So I might have a good book on my hands, but if people don't know about it, it doesn't matter. So we'll have to give some of it away. You guys should give me some suggestions to grow my Patreon. If I could get my Patreon going, I could stop working and just do this. I literally would just do this all day, and I would literally get a cot and sleep right here. If I could get a Patreon that pays my expenses, I don't even need to make money. Just keep me off the street. I will literally sleep on a cot right here, sit up and draw, go to sleep, get up and draw. Yeah, I would do that because I'm already kind of doing that right now. I took some time off. I reached out to an investor, and they're like, all right, we'll pay your bills for about 3 months. And so I'm in my last month. This is the last month I got. So I got to finish the book this month. Nothing wrong with being proud of yourself. Some people mistake arrogance for pride of one's marvelous creations. I think, you know what it is? I think that I don't even pretend to care of what people's opinions are. So I think the arrogance is just my lack of tact. You know, I need to be more empathetic to other people. There's no reason to make people feel bad or anything like that. And I think along the way, you know, because I am I'm not young, but I'm like young-ish, on the old side of young. But I think that, you know, a lot of the years gone by, I've just kind of disregarded people, and that was a mistake. So, you know, but yeah, I know what you're saying. That's not too bad. That's pretty good. But yeah, I mean, I think, honestly, the only people I really care about are the people who really care about this stuff. What you guys think is really what affects me the most. I mean, some commission content for the Patreon, like how we request sketches on this stream, could be a component. Is that a thing people do? Like commissions? So wait, how would that work? Like you sign up for the Patreon and therefore I'll accept commissions from you because you're giving to the Patreon? I was thinking that maybe I could put old streams up. I could unlist the streams on YouTube, and then if you want to see an old stream. But I don't think, I mean, you could ask Fujo Bear. The streams, oh, you're a millennial too, cool. Some commission content, oh, you already read that. On this stream could be a component, yeah. You asked Fujo Bear, a lot of the streams are pretty drab. This is a more eventful stream. You got to think, I can only show the book once. So, yeah, we are oldish. It's okay. We are old. I've been seeing memes about like the way we dress and stuff. Like you can tell how a millennial dresses by the socks we wear. And I was like looking at the meme and I was like, yep, all right. Yeah, I'm pretty old. I put a post up recently on Instagram this morning, and I was just looking at myself and I was like, oh my God, I got old fast. I got wrinkles and my face is it's what's happening. It's natural. You just get old. Which actually, as you get older, I think it gets you to work harder. Because you're like, uh-oh, death's around the corner, so what are we trying to do here, you know? Maybe just put one single leaf on these. You probably think that you are better now. You only think that because I'm not around. Maybe Fujo Bear, maybe the trick is to do really long streams, huh? You think that might do it for people? Oops. It is a lot of work, you know, to sit here and just do this. But I think these older streams. I think these longer streams are good for the weekend. You know what I mean? You got people getting done with school and work, and they're kind of putzing around. Maybe they don't want to go out, you know, stuff like that. And yeah, then I'll create an environment for them to hang out in. You probably think that you are better now. Better now. Okay. All right, I'm kind of wondering how this works. All right, so I like how this is kind of set up here. How the characters are, give you an idea of what I'm liking here. I like how the characters are kind of like this. So I'm going to try to do that again. So maybe I'll move these guys back a little bit. Maybe shrink them up. And do a few more in the back here. I don't know. We'll figure something out. What time is it? It's 1 in the morning. Ooh, some bars close at 2 a.m. You think the Conformity Farm factory should close at 2 a.m.? I'll tell you what. I don't want to come back to this drawing, so we got to finish it. Oh, that blue is not what I want. I don't want no blue. I don't want no stinking blue. I'm closing out my tab at the Conformity Farm bar. I'll definitely be looking at your stuff more actively now. Have a good night. All right, all right. Definitely becoming a community farm. That's what's up. I love it. Nas Moin. Nas was someone else, right? Nas was Poppy. Right? Yeah. Guapi Poppy. Yeah, exactly. All right, cool. Thanks for hanging out, Nas. I mean, it's getting pretty late. It's probably more responsible for you to go down. I'll be in the Discord. Make sure to ingratiate me on your social media if you don't mind. But yeah, you're always welcome, guys. And I'll always make sure that the environment is healthy, so you guys don't have to worry about trolls. I'll handle them. It won't be an issue. And I got some, you know, I haven't even told you who some of my friends are, guys. And so I got some good friends who are actually lurking a lot of the time. And I think that as the following grows, if the following kind of gets out of control, I'll be able to turn some of my friends into mods. But for now, it's not a big deal. Like there was that one troll who came in. It wasn't really a troll. It was more like a provocateur, if you will. A provocateur. With streaming definitely comes the trolls. Yeah, I'm not worried about trolls. I'm not worried about trolls. I mean, I live in Chicago. I'm from outside of Detroit, so I deal with people who like a lot of the trolls. They're just bored. You know, you just gotta, like I said, you gotta. They feed off a supply. You just gotta remove the supply from them. The one guy was like, "Why aren't you answering my questions? Do you hate your fans? That you're not going to ever be successful if you're not good to your fans." And it was just like, all right, man, I'm not engaging you. You probably think that you are better now. Better now. I like the idea of the pillows coming across a bunch of sticks and thinking it's like, jackpot. Jackpot. You guys are hiding all the good stuff from us. Maybe we'll come over here to this side. Get some texture going. Hey, Kiki. Hey, Gil. How you doing, sweet Gil? Hey, sweet Gil. You guys want to see the cat? I don't know how to turn it. Oh. She's trying to balance. Up, up. You're going to fall. Up, up. It's hard to run camera while looking at a monitor and it being all backwards. I kind of like streaming in the dark. What do you think, Fujo Bear? Do you think this works? Or do you think I should light myself bright? That bright light might be more for like commentary on YouTube videos. Right, Kiki? Aw, she's sitting in a little loaf. She turned into a loaf of bread. What are you doing, loafing over here? She looks tired. She's like, why are you in here still? It has to be so bizarre for animals to watch us look at monitors. I mean, they can see that there's lights and pictures on it, so it's not completely absurd. But it does have to be odd to them versus like living life. And they're not wrong. I mean, it is absurd. Like, I've seen this meme, someone was like, at work, there's bad monitor, mean monitor. Go home to good monitor. Or I have fun on good monitor. It's really funny. The lighting is perfect. Hey, thanks, Gray Fox. During the day, light, but night, low lights. Oh, okay. Yeah, why not? It's like it's night vibes anyway. And if you're at a nightclub or you're at a bar or something like that, they turn the lights down anyway, so it's appropriate. Do you guys agree with that guy from earlier who said I talk like someone from the 1930s? I keep thinking about that. Do I talk different? Do I have a unique way of talking? I can't, right? Like, I'm just a regular Midwestern person. I don't think I talk. I mean, either way, I mean, it's fine, but it's probably I can't notice it. No, I didn't think so. Fujo would know. I'm just a regular ass dude. Someone told me, he's like, you sound like you have a transatlantic. Like, I'm talking, what do you say here, Bill? You think I got 17 kitties here? No, just one kitty. One kitty's good enough for me. Do you know why they used to talk like that? The reason why they talk like that, because they hadn't invented bass and sound. All sound was treble. So if you put bass in your voice when you would talk, the speaker wouldn't be able to communicate it. So the transatlantic concept of talking, like, Chesterfield picker nuts, I don't know, something like that, was invented because that's really the only thing that works. So you had to learn to talk like that. But the concept that I talk like that, I just don't think it's I don't think that's true. Yeah, I think I definitely have an accent, kind of, but it's kind of like a non-regional accent. It's a very American accent. Like, I kind of talk like I'm a person on, like, I have a good voice for media, really. Like, I sound like someone who might talk on the TV or something, which I probably picked up from working in TV. It's funny, because if I become a famous artist one day, filmmaker or something, when you look at my career, it won't seem like an underdog. You'll be like, oh, that made sense. But if I don't blow up, it won't really matter. Makes me wonder, like, am I doing anything wrong? Like, are there things that that I got a TV voice? I do got a TV voice, don't I? Like, I'm just very, yeah. So I'm very, like, not even articulate. I'm just I enunciate. I speak very properly. But this is the way I've been speaking since I was a little kid. People used to comment it to my mom. They'd be like, he's very well spoken. And it was just that I never really gave into, I don't even know how to say it. Like, I never really gave into, like, fad speaking, if that's one way to put it. I don't know. I don't want to be disrespectful to other people's way of speaking. It's just how I chose to do things and when language would evolve. Like when people first started saying bro, I held out for a long time. And now it's part of the vernacular, right? And when I hear people speak in Spanish, I think they say bro too, but no, they say dog. So they go perro, 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 perro. What are you doing, Kiki? You losing your mind, Kiki? Huh? You want to say hi to the streamers or all the people on the stream? Huh? I like to put a hand under her butt, and so she can bite me. Go ahead, bite away, Kiki. She's just so tired. She's such a sweet little thing. Yeah. You want to go? Okay. Sorry. She just wants to go to bed. She probably was waiting in the bed for me. She's like, come back. Let's go to bed. Oops. I might have to. So when I stream this stuff, I don't really label it as anything. But for this stream, it'd probably be best if it was like Conformity Farm does Mud is Good read through, and then change the thumbnail and change the name, and then put a timestamp maybe in the description. And I've never gone that far for my videos before, but you know, I think that as long as, you know, the community keeps building, I'll put that extra work in for you guys. There's no Conformity Farm without y'all. Remember that. Don't think that you're irrelevant. You guys are very important. You're the most important. It's like the yin and yang, you know? Where are we at here? Okay. So let's get this guy here. Just maybe a non-consequential stick. Well, we'll put one on the next, because this is more of like, less of like a drawing for exposition. This is more of like decoration, or I don't know what the word is. Formatting. Yeah, that's too bad. We had like literally like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 people came in here since Mindful Crow, and they just came in for 1 second and left when they saw there was no one in here. Yeah, it's got to be tough to start a bar. You got to really start with a bang, and then you got to keep it. What is it? She's just touching me. She's just taking, you know, the meat of her paw and touching me and going, come on, come on. She's trying to communicate with me. She's like, come on, let's go to bed. No, I get it, girl. I get it. Oh, you're so sweet. Oh, you're going to start biting me, huh? Wild. She's a wild Kiki. Yeah, I bet all the pillow. I bet if you did some sort of scientific observation on my drawings, I bet that the cats look more like her since I got her. For sure. Because I just draw out of my head, you know? So it's like whatever. Like if you notice, I don't use any references. I wouldn't say I don't use any ever, but if you want, I mean, Fujo Bear could testify on my behalf. I mean, I just sit here and just draw. It takes a little longer, you know, but I just kind of go. And you can tell over time when you look at the whole book that it's something that came out of a human being's mind. You don't need to know art. You don't need to know... Yeah, you don't need to know anything about art. There's something about the way the drawings are done that you can tell a human has done them. And the reason why I feel more confident, and this is what I told my investor, you know, because a lot of people were like, well, what do you think about, you know, what AI is going to do for you? I say, I think AI is going to make it even more valuable because people are finding 3D stuff. And listen, I've always loved digital artists and stuff. And this is kind of digital art, but it's more like traditional art with using digital tools to convey traditional art. I think that because of that, the value of the digital stuff is going to go down, and I think people are going to start wanting more, and it's going to keep going. I think traditional animation, I think that people are going to demand a hand-drawn animated movie. I really think so. I don't know the last hand-drawn animated movie. Well, I think The Princess and the Frog or something like that was hand-drawn. But like a truly deeply drawn, hand-drawn animation is probably, God, I don't know, Lion King or... Oh, the live ended. Let's check out the insight. I'm interested. Oh, we had 70 people check it out. Wow. Wow. That's my best Instagram live. That's amazing. Oh, they want me to turn the live into a reel? Can I really turn it into a 4-hour live? Oh, she's on the tablet. What are you doing? She's just trying to get my attention. She's like a child. I don't think I'm going to keep the live. I think we're going to let it go. It's making me make a decision. All right, discard the video. Looks like it'll be around, though, for a little bit. Okay, let's see what's going on here. Oh, there's nothing left here. Tonight's stream was dope. Great to get back into Conformity Farm. Been a while since I've been conforming. Oh, look at that. Guappy Poppy was great. Oh, and then we got a new follower, too. This was a good stream. This was a successful stream. What is it, kitty? You want to sit up here while I stream? No? Didn't know Instagram just ended streams like that. Yeah, I don't know what the deal is, because they actually end the stream when it's inactive. So I don't know how long it was inactive for, but it went on for a while, because people were coming in for a while. You probably think that you're a kitty now. Kitty now. She's just biting me. She's so cranky. Yeah, I don't know a lot about the Instagram lives. I try to go live on YouTube on my phone, and I need more subscribers. I want to make a YouTube video, though. I have all the skills to do it. I just don't know exactly what I'm going to make. I want to do an animation. I want to make fun of Terrence Howard. I want to do a satire on Terrence Howard. How he keeps saying that he's got a new math. I don't know if anybody's done that yet. Does anybody want to scour the internet and see if anyone's made a video about it? Has anybody done a cartoon about Terrence Howard and his new math? Because I really don't mind going after that guy. I think he's a little off his rocker, and I think the way he talks is just weird. And it's kind of insulting. He went down to Nigeria, or another, I don't know if it's Nigeria, but like a country in Africa, and was like, we're gonna use this new math, and we're gonna have like flying cars, and we're gonna pay the national debt, things like that, just weird stuff. And he's been challenged, and when he's challenged, he goes, well, when I say 1 times 1 is 2, I mean that metaphorically. It's like, no, you don't. You're just saying that because you can't explain it. So I think he's just one of those people who's kind of like, I don't know. Wow, yeah, there was a lot going on Instagram. I feel like because, wow, and Facebook. Well, it is Friday, so I think people are just on their phones more. We can actually take this bad boy away. Ugh. He's trying to stay relevant is all. You really think that's it? Or do you think he really believes what he's saying? Well, he might be trying to stay relevant. I know that he was a really high-paid actor and he was struggling. Do you think it's an act? I don't think it's an act. I think he's kind of out of his mind. I'm willing to have that conversation, honestly. But anyway, yeah, he's the celebrity I would go after and make fun of. Him, and then who else would I go after? Who's another one that I think is kind of worthy of making fun of? I would have said Kanye a while ago, but I don't feel that. I actually kind of I feel bad for Kanye. He's been salty since they replaced him as War Machine. Yeah, he demanded to be the highest paid. He was the highest paid person on Iron Man. And then, Robert Downey Jr. had this huge comeback. He became one of the most desirable actors in Hollywood. And so they reduced his rate. But also, I think that when he was the highest paid person in Iron Man, they actually cut him. So the director didn't really like his performance. So they weren't screwing him. They were giving him what they felt like he was worth. Sometimes when people are negotiating and you don't like what's going on, it's like you kind of have to give people credit. Like money is like, it's not personal. You know, maybe some people aren't representing correctly. I mean, we had this conversation a little bit earlier. So I think, yeah, Terrence Howard, who would be another one I'd go after? Maybe Brett Favre for stealing money from food stamp people in Mississippi. But yeah, I kind of was thinking that I might do satire on these famous people, and I think that'll get a lot of attention. Where are we at here with this? All right, I'm going to merge these together, and then we're going to go ahead and do a 1-over. So I'm going to go from left to right and just get some detail in them, and that should probably do it. Who's another person? There was another person I was thinking about. I'm definitely going after Terrence Howard. Unless you guys find another reason why I shouldn't. I'll listen to only y'all. But you got to give me a compelling argument. I think he really believes it. And I've listened to him talk about it for a long time. I mean, he was upset with Neil deGrasse Tyson. I kind of don't like Neil deGrasse Tyson. But it's not, I don't know if it's that I don't like Neil deGrasse Tyson. I think I just really, really like Carl Sagan. And I think Carl Sagan's really difficult to replace. And actually, I think that Carl Sagan kind of gave Neil deGrasse Tyson the, I don't know, he told a story where, like, I think he stayed with him overnight. Like, Carl Sagan met Neil deGrasse Tyson, and he was like, I think he put him up for a night when he was a college student. So Carl Sagan could tell Neil was, like, going to be legit. So yeah, I wouldn't do Neil deGrasse Tyson. I actually kind of like him now that I think about it. Who's worth getting called out? I'm trying to think. You know, Fujo Bear, I think that if I continuously talk, it's better than music. But if I don't say anything, it's better to have music than to sit here in silence. So that might be the formula. So if I'm feeling really talky, then we can go without music. So I should probably know before the stream. So actually, this should be an indication. If the music's on, it might be kind of a boring stream. I actually look pretty good with this lighting, with the light underneath. Even though I'm getting older, you know what I mean? I'm not too hard on the eyes. You know? I'm a bit of a handsome man in some ways. Some people would consider me handsome. My mom thinks I'm handsome for sure. Who would be what about the guy who went to the Epstein Island, the Prince Charles? Is that who it was? The guy who did the interview? He was like, I didn't sweat at the time. I could not sweat because I had a peculiar condition from being shot at in the Falkland Islands or some bull BS. I'll make fun of sex trafficking people for sure. Those are people I hate the most. I guess I could make fun of people from To Catch a Predator, but they kind of already have it coming. I actually don't want to do To Catch a Predator. That might not be good for Conformity Farm, honestly. That might be too serious of a topic. And also, they kind of already have their own thing going. And I don't want to mock Chris Hansen. I like Chris Hansen, so. My cat's looking at me like, what is wrong with you? You're so weird, kitty. Do you want up here again? You gonna come up here and bite me? Come up here to bite me or what? What do you want? You want to go down here? Do you want under the tablet? She likes to hang out right underneath the tablet. It's on a stand and there's like a lot of space. So what she'll do is while I'm drawing, she'll just like hang out there. She just likes to be near me sometimes. But she mostly likes to be near me when I'm sleeping. So I think she's like thinking it's time to go to bed. I think she's just a little cranky that I'm not in bed. I generally would be in bed by now. but I'm partying on a Friday night. Okay, yeah, so Brett Favre would be good. Who needs to be... The funny thing is, if you do satire, you can actually have some influence on the culture. On society, if it's good enough. I think Andrew Tate's a pretty easy target. I don't think I'd go after him. Also, I wouldn't do what Meat Canyon does. Meat Canyon's always kind of gross. I mean, I mean, it's like a little bit darker. So I don't think I would do that. But I am inspired by Meat Canyon. I mean, he does really good voice work. Oh my God. Believe it or not. The sad part was when Chris Hansen got caught having an affair. Yeah, but that's not the same as having sex with a minor. He also got arrested for cashing a bad check. So he got a mugshot from that. And that got passed around. And some people tried to make it seem like he got in trouble for, the most ironic part. But he had an affair. That's a bummer. You never know what's going on in people's homes, Not that I recommend infidelity. It's, we're like penguins. We're quit attacking me. She's just attacking me from different parts. I should put a GoPro on her, and then we'll have a wireless camera and just have a little square for Charlie. Yeah, I wouldn't make fun of Chris Hansen. Is there another athlete I'd make fun of? Is there an athlete worth making fun of? I don't think there is. Look at her. She's just over here. She's getting frisky. Look at her. What are you doing, Kiki? Do you know you're on camera? Does that make sense to you? That's funny. Alright, let's get in it. Stop biting me. Ow. It's not okay. You gotta learn to stop doing that, please. I hate when you bite me. She bites hard, too. But she uses her bites as a way to communicate. And since she doesn't speak English, I can't tell her I don't like it. And it's not like I'm gonna bite her back. Because she's my baby. The breakdancer from Australia. I don't know who that is. Is she worth mocking? The breakdancer from Australia. The breakdancer in the Olympics? I never saw it. I just heard that the breakdancing was in the Olympics, which is funny because American football still isn't in there. Oh, okay. Well, I think it's more like famous people that, it makes it easier to find. I would make fun of Taylor Swift. What's a musician maybe that I would make fun of? I guess I might make fun of Drake, but that whole thing, like, not like us, which is really saying he's not part of black culture. Like, that's not my thing, so I really couldn't get into that. It would be inappropriate for me to comment on something like that, because you could say the same thing like me. I'm not like us, Listen to the way I talk, What about? Well, there's Jerry Jones, the owner of the Dallas Cowboys. But even him, I don't think I'd go after him. I've seen interviews with him. I don't mind the cut of his jib, honestly. They're not like us. They not like us. Or, I could make fun of someone, but be it in good taste. Maybe someone really topical that no one else has covered. Because there's not a lot of animation satire. There's a little bit of it, but a lot of people, animation's hard, But if I'm working, like for example, what is this? I'm at 5 hours. So, like, I could probably, Meat Canyon did a good job making fun of Taylor Swift. Yeah, I saw someone did a thing with Taylor Swift where she takes a private jet to get a coffee or something. That was pretty funny. Yeah, Meat Canyon. Meat Canyon also made fun of Logan Paul after he took all that money. I would do that. I would make fun of like Logan Paul, or I would make fun of Jake Paul because they're making it seem like the fight with Mike Tyson's a real fight. None of those fights are real. They're exposition fights. They're entertainment. And so they're faking it. And so I'd probably have some sort of commentary on that because I don't like when people do stuff like that. So maybe I'd have commentary on that. I don't really know. Yeah, Taylor Swift would be good just because of how big she is, you know. And I don't really have any hate for her. I think her message is pretty cool for the most part. You know, I know she's always hating on dudes, but that's all right. Yeah, I would do like a Taylor Swift one, or I don't know. Yeah, Meat Canyon kills it though. I'm really happy with him. Which is funny. He did the animations regularly for about 5 years, and I'm sure you guys saw. He was like, "Hey, listen, guys, I'm still gonna put out animations, but I can't do this anymore." And that's actually kind of relieving because every time I do animations, I get burnt out, and I don't know how people do it. And he's got a team of people doing it with him. You know, I would definitely hire people. I just need to bring more money in. But I do think that animation's so hard and requires so much talent, which I think I have enough. I could do voice acting, I could animate it, I could literally draw it, and I could really do everything myself if I had to until it starts to take off. But if you have something and it drops in time, like quickly enough, you will get a lot of traction, and it'll be really beneficial, and it'll be good for the channel. So they're not like us. They're not like us. What do we got here? 1, 2, 3, 4 shields. So let's do these shields. Yeah, and you don't actually have to always hate on everybody. So I could just do a satire on people, like caricatures of them. Because that's all Meat Canyon really did with Taylor Swift. They just made a caricature. They did the same thing with Logan Paul, but it was like nipples and stuff. And that's just not Conformity Farm style to me. I think we would probably not go as gross. You know, and I understand where Meat Canyon's coming from. He probably gets it from being influenced from Newgrounds and stuff. But that was when the internet was the sanctuary of, you know, the stuff you couldn't put on TV. But now TV is just melting away. So I think you can do more mainstream stuff. Also, YouTube will... That's probably what would do the Patreon better. If I did a video and they were like, listen, we're not going to put anything on this. Like, we're not going to put any ads on this. Or you're going to have to cut this and this out. You know, they're almost like that commission or whatever that gives ratings on movies. They're basically like, these things need to change, otherwise you're getting an X rating or something like that. So I think that, you know, I might be like, hey, listen, there's an unedited version of this on Patreon. That would be good. And I think that would really, you know, even, you know, probably solidify me more as a creator in my own time. You know, better late than never. But I think having these long weekend streams, guys, I'd rather do this than go out to the bar. Honestly. They're not like us. They're not like us. I wouldn't like to make fun of Drake. But you know what I could do? I could comment on the thing that happened between Drake and Kendrick Lamar. But I bet there's a ton of content. My animation would probably get buried underneath all that. So I don't know. But you guys will know. Like, definitely Fujo Bear. Fujo's always here. So you would be like, oh boy, Conformity Farm's about to drop a video about, you know, I don't know, something topical. But then literally would take us like, probably like 5 to 10 days to do it. So be like, all right, I'm just going to grind on this. And I'll stream the whole process and then I'll drop it and see what happens. You know? Yeah, Brett Favre stole a bunch of money, or he was involved in a fraud case that they've actually, you know, the funny thing is he actually hasn't gone to court, which means that he's using his lawyers to delay everything. But it's hard. I mean, it is Alabama. Or no, it's Mississippi. Mississippi's, their justice system isn't like the rest of the country. They're a little more old school, which is preferential. It's not like it is here in Chicago or, well, I guess Chicago's probably a little corrupt too. But I think New York, it's like if you get indicted, you're in trouble. It doesn't matter how rich and influential you are. Like, though the ambition that district attorneys have in that area, they don't give a hell who you are. Actually, the higher profile, the better, and they'll actually probably bring more and more to you. So you want to avoid that kind of stuff. But it encourages people, if in Wall Street not to be crooks. Maybe I'll do something on hedge funds. Something like that. Or like, it probably would be appropriate if Conformity Farm made a comment on the GameStop thing when that happened. Now, obviously, it's a little late for that. Or say something about Roaring Kitty. That could be something. I don't really want to talk about the presidential candidates. No, politics is really tough right now because of Trump. Trump's it's a very unique candidate, and traditionally you make fun of presidential candidates because they're so boring and drab. And say what you want about the guy, he's very tantalizing and entertaining, and so doing satire on someone like that, it just doesn't work. So historically you would do it, but I just don't think it works. To the moon. Yeah, you know what I'm talking about. Dogecoin. Oh, I can make fun of Elon Musk. He's free game. I can make fun of Jeff Bezos. He'd be free game. Probably get it taken down, but he'd be worth making fun of. He's weird. He's like a psychopath. He's just like, I don't know. He's like some of those people who are that successful, they're just like, they're like hollow. They're just like machines, He's not making empathetic decisions. He's like, when he refers to the money he made at Amazon, he refers to it as winnings. He doesn't even talk about earning or anything. He just says his winnings. He knew that in the retail game, if he could beat out these major retailers, he could end up with this cash flow that would put him in the echelon of basically royalty. And he won. It was during the pandemic where the country was relying on Amazon, and they came to the call. So, wow, look at this drawing. Just kind of came along. Took a little while, but let's see what it looks like on the page, huh? So obviously it needs some shadows and stuff. Maybe I'll come in tomorrow morning and do that. Probably won't, though. They're not like us. They're not like us. Oh God, I'm so glad to get this done. I've been wanting to do this part for a long time. Because I just want to, sometimes I think people like that are aliens in disguise. I mean, they're kind of, yeah. Well, they're mental, there's something about them that's just odd. But yeah, they might have made that decision. They might have been a regular ass person. And then they just kind of, this isn't too bad. I think boss is a little too big. And I don't know if the shading actually helps. The shading might actually be distracting. See how it looks. Not bad though. I wonder if I can get them to the perspective is a little different. Yeah, I think a lot of those people, when you get that successful, you just kind of kill a part of yourself that a lot of people have. Where are we at here? 125. All right, I think it's last call time, guys. We're at 5 hours. Yeah, let's clean it up, huh? All right, I'll save this. And should I save this work we did earlier? What's this? This isn't necessary. No, I don't need to save this. What is this? Actually, why don't we do this? I will take this drawing, and let's turn it into a story. So I'm going to put this as a story. Oh God, let's do pixels. Let's do 1920. No. 1080 by 1920. And what I'll do is I'll turn this into a story. And then when people who are on the stream saw it, they'll be like, "Oh, I remember when this happened," and we'll just kind of reminisce about the fun we had. I'm glad I found this channel. I'm glad you found me too, buddy. Whomever you may be. I don't want to specifically call people by a specific gender. I'm glad you found it too, though. They're not like us. They're not like us. You know what the crazy thing is, Gray Fox? I've been looking for you, believe it or not. I've been out here trying to find my people. I've been out here fishing. You can ask Fujo Bear. Fujo Bear is a loyal conformist. So what we can do is kind of do something like this. Maybe we'll do it like this. And then I'll post this on a story. There we go. We'll put it on my phone. Oh my god, it's 1:30 in the morning. Not sure what time zone you guys are on. There we go. Let me post this. And then let's update the cover. Let's save it. Cool. Cool. Yeah, I'm glad you found it too. All right. All right, last call. Any questions, anything before I shut it all down? Thanks for hanging out, guys. Where we at here? It's almost 5.5 hours. I'm on Texas, so they're the same time zone. Yeah, I'm in Chicago. Yeah, we're on the same time zone. Texas. I like Texas. Texas is nice. Yeah. So, thanks for hanging out, y'all. Thanks, Fujo Bear. I'm glad you enjoyed it. I'm glad we got a good one in here. Now we know what a good stream looks like. Here's the one thing, though. I can only read the book so many times, you know? So, unfortunately, a great stream is really... Fujo Bear is in Eastern time. I wonder, Fujo Bear, are you in Kentucky? Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, thanks, guys. So that's the stream. We got about 5 hours and 22 minutes. That's not too bad, huh? Friday night, closing time. Turn off all the lights, and you know, you don't have to go home, but you can't stay here. You guys know that song? You can't stay here. I know who I want to take me home. Let's do this one. Let's do this one. No, don't say this. All right, y'all. Thanks for hanging out, and we're going to conclude that. I'll probably be around tomorrow morning or whatever. I got some writing to do for this particular story, a lot of the dialogue and stuff. There's a few scenes that really need to be ironed out. And then, you know, I kind of combed through the whole book, which takes a few hours. Not the whole book, but like certain portions of the book. And I get surprised by how much work needs to be done. It's almost like looking at entire scenes and you're like, oh, shoot. Like, think about how much time I put in just that one part. But the cover's important, right? Because no one knows what Conformity Farm is, so I need to do that. But, yeah, I'm going to go and go to bed and cuddle my kitty. My Kiki. All right, y'all. Be good. Take care. And, yeah, remember to always conform.